Chapter 1031. Blood rained down, and white bones flew in all directions. A Dao executioner had fallen. This kind of death was really undignified. The surroundings were completely silent. No one dared to speak. They were all scared stiff by this scene. That man was like a demon god. With just one spear strike, he had killed the king of the Holy Land of all beginnings and turned him into a corpse in front of their sacred lord. He stood there alone, intimidating an entire Holy Land. Who in the world dared to do this? After so many years, no one had dared to be so unrestrained. The black spear was incomparably sharp, and it was almost touching the sacred lord of all beginnings' forehead. Gulp. In the crowd, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, almost suffocating. The aura from this demon-like man made one's body feel like it was going to explode. "Who are you?" An elder from the Holy Land of all beginnings asked with a trembling voice. He had no choice but to speak. Right now, their situation was worrisome, and their reputation had been completely ruined. This man's silent actions were worse than killing all of them. Yi Fan's expression was very calm. He didn't say anything. Wherever his gaze passed by, the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings didn't dare to look him in the eye. They couldn't help but lower their heads. Only a few people gritted their teeth. Even though they didn't say anything, their eyes were cold, and they clenched their fists. They didn't dare to act recklessly, as they knew that they weren't his match. Yi Fan looked over. He raised the black spear in his right hand and pointed forward. The sharp spear tip instantly shot out a black beam of light. One of them immediately turned into a bloody mist. Even a powerful elder wasn't enough and shattered like a porcelain jar. Then, Yi Fan pointed the black spear a few more times. The others all cried out as blood bloomed from their eyebrows. Their bodies turned into a bloody paste, and they died a violent death. "You want to kill a genius? Then I will kill you all." Yi Fan's words were emotionless, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, in the ears of everyone else, it felt completely different. It was like a raging storm. Whether it was the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings or the various mountain peaks, all the cultivators were stunned. What kind of person was this? Looking down on a holy land, his murderous aura filled the air, making people feel reverence. Yi Fan used the tip of his black spear to press against Saint Leader All Beginning's forehead. A trickle of blood flowed out, and the hearts of the people behind him almost stopped. This person was too audacious. Did he want to flatten an entire holy land? At this time, Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. He used the spear in his hand to suppress a holy lord and looked down on the crowd, causing everyone to keep quiet out of fear. Today, something earth-shattering might happen. If this fiend-godlike existence killed all the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings here, it would definitely cause great waves that would sweep through the world. No one spoke. Even the various ancient races held their breaths as they quietly watched the scene. This person was too domineering. He was suppressing a holy land. Finally, Yi Fan pointed the spear into the sky and left Sacred Lord All Beginning's forehead. He didn't kill him. Just now, he had killed a few of the sect's elders and a Dao executioner, and that was more or less enough. He didn't want to start a massacre against the Holy Land of all beginnings. After all, they were all humans, or else the ancient races would only benefit from it. A trickle of blood flowed down from Sacred Lord All Beginning's forehead, but he didn't move at all. It was like a great mountain was pressing down on his body. That sharp battle intent made it hard for him to resist. Only when Yi Fan left into the distance did he seem to collapse. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for a supreme existence supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. The Holy Land of all beginnings had been thoroughly defeated. Apart from the Saint Child not being a match for Yi Tong, the most lamentable thing was that they were intimidated by this mysterious character alone. No one in this holy land could raise their heads. No one made a sound. They looked at Yi Fan's back and watched him leave step by step. They all felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Only after a long time did they discover that their bodies were covered in cold sweat and their bodies were ice cold. Boom. Finally, the fire spirit ravine and the surrounding mountains were no longer silent. A clamor rushed into the heavens. After the tense atmosphere passed, everyone couldn't help but discuss. Who exactly is this? He really is too powerful, suppressing the holy land of all beginnings by himself. He is simply like a deity. Why have I never seen this man before? He really is someone who appeared out of nowhere. After this type of thing happened, no one could calm down. They were all incomparably stirred up. No one expected such an expert to appear, one that was incomparably powerful. Not far out, Yi Tong had already finished setting up the formation platform. He had already opened up a void gate, but when he saw the scene just now, he stopped again. Thank you. Yi Fan nodded and revealed a faint smile. He didn't say anything else and pressed in another direction with his spear in hand. That was the viewing area for the various ancient races. There were many powerful ancient creatures there. Right now, he was happy and fearless. He walked over with large steps. It was clear that he was going to kill the other 3 Dao Severs. This type of action immediately triggered a huge uproar. This was simply too daring, directly forcing his way into the various races without any care. He truly is courageous, actually daring to do this. Many human race cultivators widened their eyes. Who didn't know how powerful the various ancient races were? No one was willing to provoke them. They never thought that there would be someone who didn't care at all. In the ancient races region, there were people who immediately released cold snorts of dissatisfaction. Many cold gazes looked over. However, Yi Fan ignored all of them. He raised his black spear and walked forward with large steps, as if he was entering an uninhabited land. He simply ignored everyone. In his eyes, there were only the 3 Dao Severers who attacked him together with the myriad beginning king. They were also the ones who wanted to harm Tong in the first place. Truly courageous, charging into our race's viewing area. Do you really think we are thin air? Someone instigated, wanting to join forces with several great races to take action together and kill Yi Fan. Pooh! Yi Fan was simple and direct. He raised his spear and a sharp black radiance shot out. That powerful ancient race figure's head exploded and he died on the spot. He didn't even give it a glance and continued forward. He didn't pay attention to the experts of the various races around him and only stared at the 3 people in the distance. Everyone, do you see this? Kill him. Someone from this race roared angrily. A supreme expert had died for no reason, and they couldn't bear it anymore. They wanted to incite the other races to take action as well. I don't want to kill anyone. You guys better not force me. When Yi Fan saw that someone was about to take action, his eyes instantly blazed as he swept his gaze over this group of people. Thump, thump, thump. The group of people retreated, especially those at the very front. They were intimidated by a powerful aura. Their faces turned snow-white, and they couldn't help but cough out blood. Everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. This person was just too powerful. Just this kind of blazing gaze was enough to make one's mind almost collapse. How can we allow a human to be so impudent? Someone shouted loudly, encouraging everyone to attack together. A total of more than 20 people took action. They came from 2 races, and they felt very angry at Yi Fan's domineering attitude. They felt that he had offended their dignity. In that instant, lightning shot out in all directions and Dao treasures collided. All types of light mixed together, forming a dazzling magical sea. Many divine chains of order interweaved. When faced with all of this, Yi Fan directly brandished his great spear. The black divine spear pressed down until the void distorted and released a terrifying woo-woo sound. There were 8 or 9 people who immediately turned into bloody paste. They couldn't even take a single spear strike. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked forward with large steps. The great spear shook, and the black spearhead released an expanse of ripples that spread out like ocean waves. This was a spear wave. This was the embodiment of Dao marks. It was as fast as an aurora. Miserable cries sounded, and the remaining dozen or so people all lost their lives. They turned into blasts of bloody mist. Everyone was horrified. This person truly didn't care about anything. He didn't care about anything at all. If a god stood in his way, he would kill a god. If a Buddha stood in his way, he would kill a Buddha. He entered the ancient race's viewing area alone, and when he encountered obstructions, he still killed them without the slightest bit of hesitation. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. He was facing two powerful races, yet he slaughtered them like vegetables. This truly is ferocious. Who exactly is this person? Killing ancient race experts is as easy as crushing little chicks. In the back, the human race's cultivators were all stupefied. They were incomparably shocked. They had never seen such a ferocious person before. He didn't give them any face at all. All those who stood in his way were killed without mercy. Where did this expert come from? Yi Fan's footsteps didn't stop this entire time. He continued to walk forward, killing more than 20 people with 2 spear strikes, leaving 2 great races in a sorry state. This truly intimidated the other ancient races. Where did this ferocious person come from? No matter how powerful he was, could it be that he didn't have any misgivings? He dared to take action like this. This made them all feel apprehensive. Who exactly are you? Someone from a well-known king race shouted. My name isn't important. I don't want to become enemies with you all, but please don't stop me. Today I am going to kill those 3 and no one can save them. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Even the ancient race's people were scared. This person carried a black great spear and walked over just like that. He didn't even give them a single look. The terrifying aura made them tremble. Aren't you going a little too far? An old ancient race's voice was cold. His face sunk, and his expression was extremely ugly. Instantly, a group of people surrounded him. That was because this wasn't an ordinary Dao severing expert. His name shook the ancient race, and he stood on the 6th minor step of the Dao severing realm. He could look down on all young kings. However, Yi Fan didn't stop at all. He didn't pay him any attention and stared straight ahead. He held his spear with one hand and pointed it at the other 3 Dao severing experts. He had identified his target. Impudent. At the side, the rhombus-shaped vertical eye on the old man's forehead opened up in anger. It shot out a blazing beam of light that pierced through the void and slashed towards Yi Fan's forehead. He had already cultivated in the Dao severing realm for more than 1,000 years. He was confident that he could look down on all young kings. At this moment, he was being looked down on by Yi Fan. He was enraged on the spot. Pa! Yi Fan waved his great spear and smashed it against the beam of light. It was as if he had shattered a crystal. He then roared and pounced towards the target in front of him. You! The expressions of the 3 ancient race experts all changed. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so domineering. He directly charged into the ancient race region and wouldn't stop until he killed them. No one could stop him. Let's go together and kill him. One of the 3 shouted. I want to kill the 3 of you. It's useless for anyone to stop me. Those who dare stand in my way will be killed. Yi Fan shouted. The void trembled. He turned the black spear into a sharp sword on the spot. He held it with a single hand and hacked down. Clang. The black spear's tip was indestructible. It spat out dazzling light and hacked apart the roaring Dao severing expert's weapon. It was as if a heavenly sword had descended and drawn out a streak of bloody light. Everyone was shocked. A bloody mark appeared between this Dao severing expert's brows and quickly extended to his legs. Then, with a pu sound, a large expanse of blood sprinkled out. His body was split into 2 halves and fell to the side. Yi Fan was like a demonic god. His black hair danced about. He turned around and pointed out with the divine spear in his hand. With a hong sound, dozens of magic treasures were destroyed. He was faster than lightning and forced aside the 9 types of natural laws. With a pu sound, the sharp spear tip pierced through the space between the Dao severing expert's brows. Everyone was stupefied. Yi Fan killed this king-level expert like he was pulling out grass. He didn't expend any effort at all. Drops of blood flowed down the spear shaft. This person's face was full of horror and his expression was frozen. Kill. Just now, a group of people had rushed over. They hadn't even finished shouting the word kill, yet 2 Dao severing experts had died a violent death. This left them shaken. Yi Fan moved his divine spear and swept out. This group of ancient race experts all cried out miserably. A blazing streak of light that was several hundred zhang long swept through this region. Everyone was chopped in half at the waist and fell into a pool of blood. It's your turn now. Yi Fan stared at the third person. His spear pierced out majestically. There weren't any complicated moves and he returned to his natural state. This person roared loudly. The scales on his body swirled about and turned into a murderous weapon as he hacked over. Moreover, all types of Dao light flickered. He displayed his most tyrannical natural laws and raised his cultivation to the limit to resist this great enemy. However, everything was futile. Yi Fan's spear shattered the vacuum and annihilated a large expanse of nothingness. All of the divine chains of order and dozens of ancient treasures were turned into fine powder. Pooh! Yi Fan's spear pierced through his chest. A rain of blood scattered down, turning into ashes before it even landed on the ground. This Dao-severing expert's entire body turned into light and evaporated completely in an instant. His body and soul were both destroyed. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked back. The black spear in his hand pointed left and right, reaping one life after another. Those who had rushed over just now were all killed. You deserve to die. The veteran King Tyr, who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years in the Dao-severing realm, was furious. The rhombus-shaped vertical eye between his brows shone resplendently. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he said, I've already said that I don't want to be enemies with you, but don't force my hand. All of you but... Someone shouted from behind and gave the order on behalf of the veteran King Tyr. A group of people rushed over. However, even more ancient race experts chose to watch from the sidelines. They didn't move at all and didn't dare to step forward. Yi Fan's performance just now was too shocking. It intimidated the majority of people, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Those who truly stepped forward were those who were related to him. Boom! The old man with the vertical eye on his forehead let out a long roar. A treasured wheel appeared above his head, and he held a dragon saber in his hand as he slashed over. The spear in Yi Fan's hand trembled. For the first time, he activated the potential within his body and extended it along the spear shaft. It was a kind of peerless fluctuation. At this moment, the entire black spear let out a tsunami-like sound and blossomed with blazing light. At this moment, the body of the spear seemed to be transforming into a dragon. A black dragon with life had awakened, and a terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. It was as if a sea of stars was boiling. At the tip of the spear, tens of thousands of strands of black light burst forth and completely submerged this place. In the eyes of the world, there was only a black divine spear left. Boom! Yi Fan's spear stabbed out, and the sound of mountains collapsing and tsunamis rang out. The sky in all directions shattered, and a streak of black light shot out. The dragon saber in Lao Wang's hand turned into powder on the spot, and the treasured wheel above his head also exploded. This spear directly nailed him into midair. Yi Fan pulled out his spear, and then with a forceful sweep, a head dripping with blood flew up, falling from the neck, flying outwards. Yi Fan didn't even look at it and continued forward. However, those who obstructed him were all killed with a single shot. Along the way, blood blossomed, and corpses fell to the ground. Then, the ancient race experts retreated like a tide and opened up a path. It was as if they were avoiding a god or a demon. Their faces were all pale. Everyone from the human race was shocked. They simply didn't dare to believe everything that had happened. In order to kill the 3 Dao cutters, this person had entered as if there was no one there. He had entered alone and then killed his way out in such a domineering manner. He was like an ancient god of war. Chapter 1032. Yi Fan held the spear in one hand as he walked out from the ancient race's viewing area. No one dared to stop him anymore. The sharp tip of the spear was dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. He was like a demonic god. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. He had killed a total of 5 Dao executioners, all of them stabbed to death with a single spear. The black spear body and the bright red blood formed a stark contrast. It made everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts, and even their bones felt cold. Just how powerful was he to be able to kill several Dao executioners with a single spear? The king of all beginnings was one thing, But the last old king stood on the sixth small step of the Tao executioner. Who exactly is he? Why have I never heard of him before? This was the question in everyone's heart. There was no way to guess, and there was no answer. No one knew where this black spear wielder came from. The fire spirit ravine was boiling, and the mountain peaks in the surroundings were clamoring. Everyone was discussing. Everything that happened today was shocking, and it made everyone's hearts surge with emotions. He dared to slaughter the ancient race alone, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground amidst the tens of thousands of races. How could such a powerful person be unknown? Just what kind of past does he have? This wasn't a great decisive battle, but rather the intimidation of an expert who stood above all races. It ignited everyone's emotions, and this place was in an uproar. The curtains fell on Yi Tong and Emo Shui's great battle. However, this place became even more restless. Everyone knew that the waves were still continuing. Yi Fan stared at the Tao executioners not too far away. His expression was calm, and he tightly gripped the spear that was dripping with blood. He walked over step by step. Is he going to take action against the Heavenly Prince's two capable generals? Everyone cried out in alarm. Even the ancient race was astonished. They all held their breaths and watched the battle silently. They wanted to see what else this demon could do. In the current world, the Heavenly Prince was like the sun in the sky. He fought until all the experts of the world turned pale. Everywhere he passed, heroes would retreat, and all races would tremble. It could be said that even in this great world, the Heavenly Prince would find it difficult to find an opponent. His every word and action would be watched by others, and even the servants he sent out would make others feel restraining fear. Not to mention these two capable generals. Everyone had reason to believe that these two represented the will of the Heavenly Prince, purposely coming here to kill the disciple with the divine physique. You all shouldn't leave either. All of you should just leave behind your lives. Yi Fan spoke, saying these words. Everyone clenched their teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this master? This was simply too ferocious. This was simply a declaration of war against the Heavenly Prince. Their expressions did not change, but their words were not kind either, because this person did not place them in his eyes at all. It had been many years since something like this had happened. Do you think you're Huang Shudao or the Fire Unicorn? How dare you say such things? If my master comes, he will wipe out all the Saint Physique and the human clans #1, let alone you. Yi Fan was very calm. He raised his right hand and pointed the spear in his hand over. The spearhead was cold and eerie, flickering with a dark golden luster. In front of them, the demon god race's little prince had an ugly look on his face. This mysterious person had included him in this matter. This person was prepared to wipe them all out. Although he was angry in his heart, he had no choice but to be more careful. Just now, this person's attack was obvious to all. He was definitely a powerful and ruthless character. He even suspected that one of the ancient princes had come. Otherwise, how could there be such a battle prowess that made him shudder with fear? On the side, Dong Fangyi, Yao Yuekong, and the others were all laughing. They were happy that a ruthless person had appeared to seek out these people and kill them all. Yi Fan and the black spear became one. They pierced through the void and turned into a beam of black light. The spearhead was pointed forward, and the ripples covered the three people at the same time. With a divine might that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, one man and one spear came together. It was as if they had brought the entire universe to smash down and destroy the void. Clang. The demon god young prince was the first to change his expression. He opened his mouth and spat out 9 large flags that fluttered in the wind. It was as if 9 great ancient demonic gods had appeared at the same time and protected him within. Black mist surged. However, the first one Yi Fan targeted was precisely him. The spear in his hands swept out horizontally. It was as sharp as a long blade, and with a wave of metallic clanging sounds, sparks flew in all directions. The 9 great flags were all broken by the black spear. The demon god race's young prince's face was snow-white. A beam of light rushed out of his body and turned into another body. This was the death substitution puppet. It blocked the spear in front of him and turned into ashes with a bang. The demon god race's young prince's hands moved, and runes appeared one after another to protect his true body. His forehead shone brightly, and all kinds of weapons shot out from between his eyebrows like 100 flowers blooming. Clang! Yi Fan shook the black body of the spear. The spearhead trembled and turned into thousands of phantoms, shattering all the weapons in front of him and turning them into a pile of scrap metal. These were not ordinary weapons but secret treasures of the demon god race. However, they could not escape the fate of being shattered and turned into dust under one strike. The demon god race's young prince revealed a look of horror. He had been severing his Tao for 10 years and had never been defeated. However, at this moment, he could not block the other party's attack. He let out a clear whistle and spat out a shield from his mouth. This was a secret weapon that had been personally refined by an ancient king of the race. Although it was not a saint artifact, it was not something that ordinary people could destroy. It was used to protect one's life. All kinds of Tao marks interweaved on the shield. They were immemorial flowers, birds, fish, and insects. There was a simple and unadorned aura of the great Tao. It emitted a lustrous white light and protected his body. Yi Fan let out a light shout and stabbed forward with all his might. At first, he was blocked, but later, the black spear shone with black light and pierced through. At the same time, there was a flash of blood. This spear not only pierced through the ancient shield but also the demon god race's young prince's throat. Then, he flew up like a scarecrow and turned into a pile of dust in the void. Boom! At this moment, the aura of the saint artifact filled the air and quickly rushed over. It was like a river of stars falling from the 9 heavens, vast and boundless. What moving mountains and filling seas! What collapsing sky! None of them could compare to the terrifying fluctuations in front of them. The heavenly prince's 2 capable generals did not make a move when the demon god young prince was being attacked. It was only at this moment that they took out their broken saint artifact and suddenly attacked viciously. This was a broken weapon that the heavenly prince had bestowed upon them. It was shaped like a bone dagger and was badly damaged. Other than the hilt being intact, there was only a 10-centimeter-long blade at the front. Suddenly, boundless light blossomed, and a broken alms bowl appeared in front of Yi Fan. Only the bottom was left, and the degree of damage was not much different from the bone dagger. The 2 lights clashed and collided, releasing a blinding light. The ground under their feet was flattened and turned into dust. The heavenly prince's 2 capable generals retreated and looked at each other in shock. This person took out the saint artifact later than them, but he was able to quickly revive the weapon and block their attack. This was not good for them. They retreated and held the bone dagger together. They continuously brandished it and released waves of Tao waves, cutting open black holes one after another in the void. However, it was difficult for them to block Yi Fan's footwork. The broken alms bowl was like a shield, blocking all of the attacks. Meanwhile, he pressed forward step by step with the black spear in hand. "Who exactly are you?" "The one who will send you on your way," Yi Fan said ruthlessly. The 2 of them released a long roar. The vertical eye between one's brows opened, and the horn on the other's forehead shone resplendently. They activated their life's vital energy and frantically ignited it. They brought it out towards the saint artifact to block Yi Fan. They knew that things were bad. This person's strength was truly too terrifying, enough to contend against the ancient prince. Pooh! The alms bowl released light, shattering the void and rushing over. They had no choice but to let go. The bone dagger descended, and the 2 saint artifacts both cracked apart. Yi Fan didn't care at all. Even if the alms bowl was destroyed, it didn't matter. He stabbed over with his spear. It had to be said that these 2 were experts after all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called the heavenly prince's capable generals. They had long cut down their Tao for many years, their cultivations reaching perfection. They released divine splendor from their mouths and controlled all types of precious artifacts. They actually clashed a few times with Yi Fan, not immediately losing their lives. However, this still couldn't change anything. Yi Fan pointed to the east and struck to the west. The black spear released the final strike. These 2 released miserable cries. All of the bones in their bodies were broken, and they flew outwards like 2 lumps of mud. Suddenly, divine flames surged in the void, separately flying out from their bodies and converging into a human-shaped beam of light. "Who dares kill my servants?" A clear and cold voice sounded. An exceptionally beautiful male appeared. His complexion was fine like jade, making many women under the heavens jealous. His appearance was exceptionally handsome without the slightest flaw. "Of the heavenly prince!" Everyone cried out in alarm, all of their faces turning pale. This youngster had an imposing appearance. He calmly stood in the void, his entire body shining. It was as if a deity descended from the 9 heavens. "Prince, save us!" The 2 Dao executioners cried out loudly. "I want to see who under the heavens dares touch my servants." The heavenly prince's expression was cold as he stared forward, making many people tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down. The 2 servants' joints released cracking sounds, pi pi pa pa, quickly connecting their broken bones. Their expressions were excited, and then they quickly backed up, wishing to leave this battlefield. "Since I've already come, you 2 still want to leave? Just leave behind your lives." Yi Fan spoke, walking forward with large steps. "Do you want to make the heavenly prince your enemy?" The 2 Dao executioners backed up. Even though they knew that the heavenly prince's true body wasn't here, they still had quite a bit of confidence. After all, this was a strand of the heavenly prince's primordial spirit. Once he appeared, no matter how powerful one was, they would all feel restraining fear, have to give him some face. As long as they had a single word from him, they could go anywhere under the heavens. The heavenly prince spoke out to protect a person's life. This was equivalent to handing down a death exemption medallion. However, all of this was clearly ineffective against Yi Fan. More than 10 years ago, he almost fought a decisive battle against the heavenly prince. They were old enemies, so how could they possibly suppress him? Could it be that you didn't hear? "These are my servants. If you dare touch a single hair on them, then I will use my true body to slaughter 10 of your clans." The heavenly prince's primordial spirit spoke in an awe-inspiring and domineering manner. During all these years, he ruled over the world, so who dared to disrespect him? Only the human race's holy physique dared to go against him in all aspects, wishing to fight a life and death battle against him, but he had already left this world. Now, wherever his weapons pointed, there was practically no one who dared to go against him. He looked down on all experts under the heavens, and in this era where saints didn't appear, none dared to disobey his decrees. This was especially the case for this male who didn't have much of a reputation in the past. In his opinion, as long as he showed himself and intimidated the other party a bit, he would naturally submit. However, he made the wrong target. This wasn't a new Dao executioner that appeared after he ruled over the world, but rather someone who didn't fear him at all. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. What does the heavenly prince count for? If your true body dares appear before me, then I'll suppress and kill you as well." Yi Fan directly took action. The black spear in his right hand pierced forward, directly piercing towards the space between the heavenly prince's brows. Wind and thunder rumbled through the air. It was clear that he used a forbidden power, his attacks ruthless. The heavenly prince's primordial spirit was furious. After all these years, there had never been anyone who dared go against his will. He never expected that there would be someone who brandished a spear against him today. This was the same as offending his superiors, killing a god. In the distance, everyone was even more horrified. After all these years, the heavenly prince's might had spread through the 5 regions, not many people daring to openly oppose him. However, this person threatened to kill him. It was just too shocking. The heavenly prince's primordial spirit turned into a sphere of light, disappearing from its original location. Yi Fan's spear pierced over, not stopping at all, entering between his 2 subordinates. Miserable cries sounded. These 2 turned into a bloody paste, their bodies and souls wiped out. They couldn't escape this disaster. "I killed your subordinates right in front of you, so what can you do?" Yi Fan held the spear in hand, turning around to look at the heavenly prince. "During all these years, you are the first person who has offended me. When I come out of isolation, I will definitely kill you." The heavenly prince said coldly. His complexion was white like jade, his appearance extremely beautiful, but his expression was so terrifying. It was an indescribable contrast with his appearance and temperament, making one's entire body go cold. Is that so? How about I kill you once first? Yi Fan didn't seem to mind at all. He brandished the spear, hacking outwards. This time, he used a fatal blow, not wishing to let this primordial spirit escape. Clang! Ding! Hong! Even though the heavenly prince was only a primordial spirit, he still didn't want to resign himself to death. He displayed the unmatched forbidden secret method passed down by the undying heavenly emperor, blocking a few attacks. However, in the end, this wasn't his true body. In the end, the space between his brows was pierced through by Yi Fan's spear, raised high up, nailed to death in midair. He could only spit out this word, and then his body couldn't hold on anymore. What? This place completely erupted with commotion. Everyone was in an uproar, the clamoring noises like a tsunami, becoming extremely noisy. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This person killed a strand of the heavenly prince's primordial spirit, clearly wishing to fight a decisive battle against the ancient prince. This would definitely shock the world. Everyone knew that there would inevitably be a great decisive battle in the near future, a confrontation that would shock the entire world. How many years has it been? When the heavenly prince appeared, none dared to disobey him, all of them retreating. Now, his incarnation was actually killed by a single spear. Is this true? Someone really challenged the ancient emperor's bloodline, wishing to fight against the undying heavenly emperor's descendant? Who exactly is this person? He actually dares to do things like this, not showing the slightest bit of fear. He is confident in his backing. This was what everyone was thinking. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know Yi Fan's identity. How could this type of character be unknown? He was definitely a formidable exceptional heaven's pride. After today's battle, no matter who he is, it will shake the world. Killing a few Dao-severing experts is like pulling out grass, and soon, there will definitely be a battle between him and the heavenly prince. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince had been in isolation in recent years, wishing to continuously break through and walk on a path where he was the sole ruler. Now that something like this happened, he might come out of isolation ahead of time. This was a great world that had never been calm before, and this time, an unprecedented great storm might sweep through. Chapter 1033. A cool breeze blew past. The fire spirit ravine was cold and desolate. This place had long been razed to the ground and turned into a land of death. However, the distant mountains were in a hubbub of noise. Everyone had a premonition that an even greater storm was about to rise, and it might even happen in the near future. Yi Fan used the black divine spear to cut off a wisp of the heavenly prince's primordial spirit. Everything had already been decided. How could the undying heavenly prince who looked down on all others endure this resentment? This was like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. It was clear that a great storm was about to occur. Yi Fan put away his spear. Many people were watching, wanting to see through his soul and his innate nature. This was because everyone felt that his rise was too sudden. Why hadn't such a person appeared before? It could be said that he had soared into the heavens in a single day. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he swept his eyes over everyone. Everywhere his gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. No one looked back at him. There was a strange power within his eyes. Most of the ancient races chose to remain silent. No one stirred things up and no one stepped out. The black spear just now was too intimidating and no one dared to act recklessly. Everyone calmed down. The mountain winds blew past and many people felt their bodies go cold. Today, a peerless expert appeared, making many people feel how insignificant they were. There was no end to cultivation. Swoosh! A clear radiance flashed in the skies. A realm gate was opened and a sinister-looking man walked out, laughing loudly. "My good disciple, not bad at all. You beat that brat Wuxia down. You should be a bit more ruthless and beat him until he cries for his parents." This man's black hair was messy and his eyes were sinister. One could tell with a single glance that he wasn't a good person. If young girls or children were to walk together with him, they would definitely feel uneasy. Master Li Tian. Yi Tong bashfully smiled. He no longer had the dazzling elegance he had during the great battle. He was just like the big boy next door. It's that perverted thief who founded the path of carnal desires. It is said that in order to peek at a goddess bathing, he didn't hesitate to hide in a hot spring for half a year. That's right, that's the famous #1 perverted thief under the heavens. Many people want to skin his bones. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Li Tian's demeanor was still the same. He seemed to be living a comfortable life, waving a folding fan in his hand. Although his actions did not seem like that of a good person, one had to say that his strength of character was extraordinary. Alright, we should go back. That dog has made a huge fortune this time. It brought out a stone tablet with some scriptures on it, said Li Tian. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked. This dog was extremely daring after all. There was nothing in this world that it didn't dare to do. Many people had heard that 10,000 beginnings ancient scriptures came from the 9 steels, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth, the secrets of the beginning of all living things. It was a rare treasure of the cultivation world. Yi Tong was fighting here, but that dog had gone to raid the holy land of all beginnings? Many people made the same association and were all stunned. After Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings heard this news, his eyes widened in anger before he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost a lot of face this time. It can't be, right? The Black Emperor's research on the formation succeeded, and he attacked the Holy Land of all beginnings and looted it? Yi Tong's eyes revealed a strange light. When everyone heard these words, they all had the urge to spit out blood. This wicked dog made them so hateful that the roots of their teeth itched. It actually broke through again. Wouldn't it become a super disaster in the future? Li Tian smiled and said, "No, it's a holy land after all. How could it dare to casually attack its depths? It only blasted open a gap and coincidentally dug out a stone tablet from the ground. Sigh, I thought it was the 9 stone tablets of all beginnings. Turns out it's not." Tong Tong was disappointed. Who knows, it might be the 10th stone tablet that no one has ever discovered. Let's go quickly, Li Tian called out. Then he called out to Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong and the others, telling them to drink 2 cups of wine together to celebrate. They acted as if there was no one else around and talked among themselves, causing a commotion. Only those from the Holy Land of all beginnings had ashen expressions. Regardless of whether it was true or false, their reputation had already hit rock bottom. Hey, where's that uncle? Yi Tong turned around and found that Yi Fan had long since disappeared. At this time, the others were also shocked. They only saw a figure flash before Yi Fan disappeared into thin air. They didn't know where he went. It was too fast. Yi Fan didn't immediately go forward to talk to his old friend. He didn't want to expose his identity in front of everyone, and he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him. This was no longer Earth, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. This was the Big Dipper ancient star region, and any primordial king would be a huge disaster. He had left this ancient star twice and returned successfully both times. It was likely that a group of primordial kings wanted to capture him and interrogate him. He didn't want to provoke a saint-level character to deal with him as soon as he returned. The so-called era when the saints didn't appear could be said to be not true. What if one really jumped out? So many years had passed, and the great Emperor Wu Shi's decree probably wasn't that effective anymore. It might not be as useful as Gai Juyo's longer lifespan. On the horizon, Yi Fan was riding on Longma. They had long since left the Fire Spirit Ravine and were walking in a vast wasteland. The dragon horse dilly-dallied, looking exasperated that it had not lived up to its expectations. If it were me, I would definitely shout in front of everyone, "I'm back again. All my grandsons, come and pay your respects." Yi Fan directly gave him a slap and said, "You don't have to do this even if you want to become the target of the whole world. It's easier to directly challenge a primordial king." Who are the primordial kings? I can stomp a row of them to death with my hooves. Longmo was stubborn and unconvinced. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, "This isn't Earth. I've already warned you that the experts in your eyes are nothing in this ancient star. How did this group of old turtles live for so long? When will it be my turn to step out and let them eat dust? Long sighed. When he was in Heavenscar City, Yi Fan heard a piece of news that couldn't be verified, which made him apprehensive. It was said that the Central Emperor and Southern Monster had both disappeared. Yao Guang's Saint Child also didn't appear in these few years. There were rumors that they were killed by the Primordial King. Before severing one's Tao, no matter how heaven-defying one was, it would only be an undeserved reputation. If one couldn't sever one's Tao, they would be nothing. However, once one severed one's Tao, it would be completely different. With the opportunity to become a saint, even the Primordial King would feel threatened. If such a peerless talent succeeded, he would definitely be able to sweep through the world. Now, many people were discussing in private. The reason why the peerless Central Emperor and the heaven-defying Southern Monster disappeared was most likely because they were killed by the Primordial King. Master, doesn't this mean that you're in danger? None of the Primordial Kings are easy to deal with, Zhang Qingyang said. He and Long Yuxuan were originally very excited. Not long ago, Yi Fan swept through all directions and beat up the Primordial King until they couldn't even raise their heads. This made their blood boil. However, at this moment, the two of them revealed worried expressions. They were worried about Yi Fan's situation. They were afraid that the Primordial King would find out that the human race's saint physique had returned and would also kill him. No matter, I'm not afraid. Since I dared to return, I naturally have a backup plan. I just don't want to clash with them as soon as I return. After all, I've been away for 14 years. I should first understand the situation before making a decision, Yi Fan said. More than 10 years had passed. The stars had changed, and even little Tong had grown up. It was enough for many things to happen. It was unknown what kind of changes this world had undergone during these years. The Ji siblings have also disappeared without a trace. Yi Fan was startled. Along the way, he had used an incarnation to ask around and obtained this piece of news. Master, where are we going? Long Yuxuan asked. This world amazed him. It was too vast. The mountains and rivers were majestic and boundless, and the great wilderness was boundless. It was as if there was no end to it. We're going to the celestial court to meet an old friend. Yi Fan smiled. He was very excited in his heart. So many years had passed. To be able to return and meet again made it difficult for someone at his level to calm down. His heart was surging with emotions. I want to take a look around this world, the Divine Knight said. Yi Fan was startled. He glanced at him and said, Since I brought you into this world, I've naturally treated you as a friend. Come with me to the celestial court. There's no need to treat me as an outsider. The Divine Knight was silent for a moment, and then he said, Okay. Yi Fan had to make this person stay. He could sever his Tao even in an environment like Earth and forcefully reach this step. It was definitely not a problem for him to become a saint in the Big Dipper. Moreover, it might not be too long in the future because the Divine Knights had been suppressed for who knew how many years. It was very likely that a blowout phenomenon would occur on this ancient planet. That day, Huolingyi's battle report spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked and the whole world was shaken. A disciple with a divine physique emerged and even won against the chaotic physique. The older generation figures were all terrified and ashamed of their inferiority. This news spread throughout the world. Yi Fan had already left for more than 10 years. Everything related to him was once again recalled by people. Everyone cried out in surprise. Yi Tong had inherited his legacy and was simply the second Yi Fan. In the future, he would definitely be able to conquer the world on behalf of his master. At the same time, the news of a mysterious expert using a black spear to kill the Tao executioners spread throughout the 5 regions. It was even more shocking. It could be said that the whole world was shocked. He pierced through the heavenly prince's primordial spirit imprint in front of everyone's eyes and nailed him to death in midair. A single battle that shocked the whole world. Someone is going to challenge the ancient emperor's bloodline. The mysterious expert was going to fight against the heavenly prince. This was the consensus of everyone, and all the cultivators in the world were looking forward to it. They predicted that there would definitely be a world-shocking confrontation. This was a crazy wave that engulfed the whole world. Almost everyone was guessing who this expert was. It triggered a huge uproar. From this day forth, the mysterious expert became the focal point. Almost everyone was discussing it. There were people making guesses every day, and it seemed like there were all kinds of speculations. This is an imperial prince who can't bear to see the ancient race reign supreme. He wants to stop the war with a battle and intimidate all races. When this speculation spread, the whole world was shaken. Many people were skeptical, but they felt that it made a lot of sense. Did you guys feel it that day? Even though his blood and energy were not released and were hibernating within his body, it was still as terrifying as a vast ocean. I suspect that he might be another divine physique. This speculation caused the whole world to be in an uproar. The path of immortality is about to open. Perhaps the entire Big Dipper star domain will find it hard to calm down. Perhaps people from outside the realm have arrived one after another. This kind of speculation was even more shocking. That was because the great sage Hunchuo had said 10 years ago that there might be a day when experts from outside the realm would descend. Master, your first move caused the whole world to become turbulent and gave rise to countless speculations. However, not a single person was able to guess the truth, said Zhang Qingyang. They will know that I've returned sooner or later. Yi Fan gazed into the distant sky. On this day, they opened up a void gate. After passing through a dark and long path, they directly arrived at the heavenly village. I'm going to die. I can't take it anymore. As soon as they entered the heavenly village, Long Yuxuan and Zhang Qingyang looked at each other in dismay. The mournful cries made the two of them feel their hair stand on end. Yi Fan smiled. This sound was all too familiar. It was the sound of the two Silverblood Emperors being drilled. This was their miserable cries. Woof, it's still not enough. How are you going to eliminate the Imperial Prince in your current state? On the horizon, there was a huge black dog the size of a small mountain, and it was roaring like an unparalleled demon king. Suddenly, this big black dog turned around and stared fixedly at Yi Fan and the others. Its large eyes were almost about to pop out. Yi Fan sat down. Longma forcefully dug the ground with its hooves, and white smoke was puffing out of its nostrils. It also stared fixedly ahead. Chapter 1034. Over a decade had passed, and the Black Emperor was now like a small mountain. It was several dozen meters tall, and its entire body was thick and sturdy. It was terrifyingly ferocious, and its blood aura surged. Its jet black fur was glossy like silk. Roar! It released a loud roar that was as deafening as muffled thunder. As soon as it moved, a violent gale instantly swept up, sending sand and pebbles flying. Yi Fan had long since dismounted from his horse. He knew that this large dog wasn't holding back its fart, and was openly provoking Longma. It didn't immediately welcome him, but instead wanted to pick a fight with him. How lucky! I can get a mixed-blood Longma as a sumptuous meal today. The large black dog hooted. Longma naturally wasn't a pushover, and it was extremely direct. It leaped into the air and stood up on its hind legs. Its hooves were raised high, and it was about to trample down on the large black dog's face. I'll trample your face until it's full of pockmarks. The two of them were truly at loggerheads with each other. Neither of them were kind creatures, and they both wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand and defeat the other. Boom! The Black Emperor opened its bloody mouth. Now, its body was like a small black mountain, and its large scarlet tongue was several meters long. Its teeth were like door planks and broadswords, and it wanted to swallow Longma in a single gulp. Zhang Qingyang was dizzy. This dog was too terrifying, and it wanted to swallow a Tao-severing demonic king as soon as it arrived. This kind of aura made him shudder with fear. Yi Fan faltered. He hadn't seen the Black Emperor for over a decade, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. When he opened his mouth, a universe appeared, and ordinary Tao-severing cultivators wouldn't be able to escape at all, and they would be sucked in. Longma was very straightforward, and didn't use any magic power. When it saw that its bloody mouth was about to swallow it, it forcefully kicked its hind legs, and roiling black aura surged out from behind it. The large black dog almost spat out his gallbladder. He stood up on his hind legs, bringing with him a demonic wind as he teleported 800 meters away. He lay on the top of a mountain, veins bulging on his forehead. Neither of these two fellows were good people. Longma directly used a flattering technique, and casually, a wave of stench dispersed the Black Emperor's majestic aura. What the F***CK? The large black dog flew into a thunderous rage. It plunged headfirst into a large lake below, furiously gargling its mouth. It had almost died of nausea. It had never thought that it would encounter such a top-grade beast, one that was on par with it. Even the Holy Knight's mouth twitched as he tried his best to hold back his laughter. On the other hand, Yi Fan didn't hold back his laughter at all. The Black Emperor was furious. He turned into a streak of black light and rushed over, shouting that he was a flatterer. He spat out a bolt of lightning from his mouth, attacking fiercely as if he had gone mad. However, Yi Fan noticed that this damn dog's eyes were shining brightly. It was clear that he was very calm and not as irritable as he had imagined. I, your father, will transform into 3 emperors. The Black Emperor shouted. It had heard Yi Fan talk about Yin Tianda before, so it knew that there was such a wonderful technique. Longma was even more aware of this. He had seen Yi Fan use it with his own eyes, so his heart skipped a beat and he was especially cautious. Rumble. Right at this moment, there were shadows of dogs everywhere. There were tens of thousands of large black dogs, and they covered the heaven and earth, all of them barking. Longmo was dumbfounded. It had always been pondering about this wonderful technique, but it didn't think that this large dog would be able to transform into tens of thousands of dogs. At this moment, all of the large dogs stood up on their hind legs. They were all wearing large flowery underpants, and they didn't attack. Instead, they spat at it together, looking as wretched as they could be. Longma's temper immediately exploded. This was going too far. This dog was giving it a taste of its own medicine, and it was purposely trying to annoy. Little pony, you're too inexperienced. The tens of thousands of Black Emperors shouted together. After spitting, they charged forward. Longma lost his composure, and a black and blue eye was beaten by the large black dog. He was sent flying. He knew that he had been tricked. What bullsh** T3 pure ones? He had only mistakenly fallen into the illusion realm of the formation. I'm not done with you. Longma's nostrils flared, and his eyes rolled. He used his hooves to forcefully dig at the ground in the distance, and swung his tail fiercely. Yi Fan was speechless. This was really a pair of top-quality dogs, and they were about the same in weight. Neither of them were good people, and when they met, there would definitely be dazzling sparks. Sure enough, after some slight adjustment, they gathered together again. One showed its hooves, and the other stretched out its claws, and they pinched fiercely. They were born to be at odds with each other, as if they had a grudge in their previous life. They started fighting as soon as they met. Stop! Yi Fan shouted and interfered forcefully, using a black spear to separate them. In the distance, whistling sounds could also be heard. Many figures flew over, thinking that there was a great enemy invading. Many experts from the heavenly village rushed over. This fight naturally couldn't be fought. The Black Emperor leaped towards Yi Fan. His body was like a small mountain, yet he was incredibly strong and sturdy. His large eyes were like lanterns, and they were very round. As a member of the goblin race, Long Yuxuan felt it the most. Even his bones were trembling, and this big black dog was definitely a goblin sovereign. The blood in his body released a thunderous sound, which was extremely terrifying. The Black Emperor's eyes were like torches as they spewed out flames. There was excitement in his eyes, and even more terrifying wildness. Damn dog, is this how you welcome me? Yi Fan was also a bit excited. With a smile on his face, he reached out a large golden hand to welcome him. Brat, you're still alive. Oh. The current Black Emperor was extremely domineering. His body was huge, and the sound of blood flowing through the walls of his blood vessels could be heard. The greeting between the two was very special. With a heavy strike, rocks rolled, the ground cracked, the vegetation snapped, and the mountains shook. If you're back, then so be it. There's no need to bring your own game. This meat horse is very difficult to stew. The Black Emperor said carelessly. Not far away, Longmo was so angry that his eyes widened again. He raised his hooves and was about to fight again, but he didn't have the chance. Many figures landed on the scene and surrounded them. Yi Fan. Everyone was almost petrified. They were all dumbfounded. They never thought that they would be able to see him again. They didn't dare believe this scene. Master, is it really you? Tong Tong cried out loudly. Yi Fan, why did you come back? Cries of alarm rose and fell. Then, this mountain region erupted into commotion. A group of people rushed over. Yan Yishi, Li Tian, Dong Fangyi, and the others were all here. Their eyes were filled with excitement and resplendent light. They laughed loudly and hammered him with force. Everyone, be a bit more gentle. Even though our bodies aren't bad, we still can't take a group beating. Yi Fan also laughed loudly. More than 10 years had passed. It truly felt good to be able to see this group of people again. Everyone patted his shoulder and hammered his chest. They were all filled with laughter. Everyone was extremely excited. Damn dog, what have you eaten all these years? You've grown so big. Do you want to crush me to death? Yi Fan said. The large black dog was several hundred times bigger than before. After barking loudly, he calmly asked him for a present. After crossing the universe, you have to give me a big present no matter what, right? Master, was that mysterious person with the black spear you? Yi Tong suddenly asked, his eyes filled with excitement. Dong Fangyi also came back to his senses. His disheveled appearance really made him look like a savage. He laughed loudly and said, I was still puzzled at that time. Could it be that a second Saint Physique appeared? So it was Brother Yi. He lived in the primitive ancient forest all year round, so his intuition was very sharp. Today, I'm going to get drunk. Go find all my old friends and drink to my heart's content, Li Tian said with a smile. Yi Fan's sudden appearance almost made everyone somewhat unable to believe it. This was an unexpected surprise. They completely didn't think that they would be able to meet again. Brother Yi, you've been gone for so many years. We've truly missed you, Yao Yuekong said. His body surged with purple energy. His congenital deficiencies had long been made up for, and now, as the Sky Demon Palace Master, his power shook the eastern wastelands. Let's go inside, Yan Yishi said with a smile. After so many years, he had become even more elegant. His white clothes were free and unrestrained, and he was elegant and suave. As Yi Fan walked, he introduced the Divine Knight, Longma, and Zhang Qingyang to the crowd. During this process, many people came out to greet them. The miserable Wang Shu and Air Bo were dressed in rags. They were known as the Silver Blood Emperors, but they received the hellish training of the Black Emperor every day. When they saw Yi Fan, they were especially excited and almost cried. The Heavenly Village was a hilly place with many small mountains. There weren't many high peaks, but they were all filled with spiritual energy. It was very suitable for seclusion and cultivation. Divine child. From afar, a young girl ran over. She was graceful and slender, and her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy walking over the waves. This was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was like a waterfall. She was very beautiful, lively like a lark. Psst, little Kea? Yi Fan was surprised. There was a blush on her delicate face. She nodded vigorously and said, That's me. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. 14 years had passed, and the little fellow who stumbled, nibbled on a pacifier, had big bright eyes, and was charmingly naive had already grown up. On the side, Long Yuxuan was embarrassed. In the past, his name was Dragon Sparrow, and he was a kind of honorable person in the Dragon Sparrow race. When Yi Fan told him that there was a little K, or here, he changed back to his original name. When they arrived at the Heavenly Village, under an old locust tree, an old fellow was waiting there with a group of people. He had a smile on his face, and one of his eye sockets was very empty. It was as deep as a black hole in the universe. The Divine Knight revealed an odd expression. Longma quivered and became much more well-behaved. Yi Fan had already expected this result. The old assassin Qi Luo would definitely become a saint, but seeing him in person gave him a different feeling. This made his heart feel completely at ease. After so many years, no matter how complicated and terrifying this world had become, with such a killing saint overseeing things, his old friends wouldn't be too bad. We're going to get drunk today. Hurry up and invite people to drink to our heart's content. Yes, Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian are learning from the #1 bandit of the north. Hurry up and inform them. Who knows where the sacred prince is cultivating in seclusion? Hurry up and invite him. People were laughing and chatting, asking about Yi Fan's experiences over the years and how he came back. They also talked about some of their situations. Li Tian said, "That bastard Duanda is the easiest to find. These years, he has been in cahoots with the Black Emperor. As long as the Black Emperor goes out and roars, saying that we're going to do a big business, he'll definitely run over. Woof, we're familiar with each other, but if you continue to slander me, I'll get angry with you." The big black dog bared his teeth. At this moment, his body had already shrunk to the same size as Longma. Li Heishui was the first to arrive. He looked excited, and the instant he saw Yi Fan, he laughed loudly. Even his eyes were a little wet. He couldn't forget the time when the two of them gambled in the Divine City, as well as the life and death battle that swept across the world afterward. Not long after, the monkey appeared. He had a thunderous mouth and fiery eyes. The golden fur on his body shone brightly, and the blood qi in his body surged. Without a doubt, his battle prowess was shocking. "Brother Monkey, why do you have internal injuries in your body?" Yi Fan asked. "Don't worry, it's a small matter. I'll take care of them in the future. I'm so happy that you're back today. Let's not go home until we're drunk." The monkey waved his hand. "How can it be a small matter? For so many years, the Heavenly Prince, Huang Shudao, and Fire Qilin have been too domineering. After Yi Fan returns, he can join forces with the Sacred Prince and sweep them away." Everyone seemed to be very excited and angry. They all clenched their fists. "That's right. I've been suppressed by them for more than 10 years. I originally wanted to wait for little Tong Tong to grow up and then vent my anger in another 10 years. Now that Yi Fan is back, what's there to be afraid of? Yes, when the time comes, let's go together and kill them." The crowd was very angry. Clearly, they were all holding back their anger. Chapter 1035. That's easy to discuss. "Let's drink first," said Yi Fan. "Right, let's drink first." Everyone raised their cups. Naturally, they were all fine wine. Qi Luo didn't hesitate to get someone to bring over 1,000-year-old divine wine. "I've brought some delicacies for everyone," Yi Fan said with a smile. He took out piece after piece of sparkling and translucent dried meat. There was a type of great Tao power flowing through them. "This is..." Even the killing Saint Qi Luo was stunned. "The flesh of a demonic sage." "That's right. This is an ancient crocodile we encountered in the starry sky. Now, it has become our meal," said Yi Fan, reminding them that they couldn't eat too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of essence energy. Everyone was stunned. The ancient crocodile had become roasted meat and was placed on the table. This was truly strange. The fragrance assailed their nostrils and it was flickering with brilliance. 2. Shocking. "This is good stuff, a legendary super tonic." The group of people moved their cutlery and began to enjoy the divine crocodile's feast. The group of people inquired about the details. They were all incomparably shocked. Killing a saint was a major event that would shake the 9 heavens. Yi Fan recounted the events of that year. Everyone was deeply moved when they learned that the archaic great sage took action. The day was a god, the night was a demon, and the end was a self-exiled into the depths of the starry sky. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. This poor Taoist is really lucky to be able to eat the ancient crocodile's dried meat. Duanda arrived with a face full of rosy radiance. He wore a purple-gold Taoist robe. He didn't regard himself as an outsider at all. He clinked a cup of wine with Yi Fan and then chopped off a large piece of meat, wolfing it down. The Black Emperor came forward enthusiastically and poured wine for him. He also brought over a few plates of meat for him to enjoy. After 6 kilograms of crocodile meat entered his stomach, the heartless Taoist discovered that everyone had put down their bowls and chopsticks. They stared at him with strange expressions. He was very thick-skinned and said, "The crocodile's meat is so fragrant. Everyone eat up. Don't be polite with me." The Black Emperor nodded and said, "Old Duan, you're late. We're all full. Hurry up and eat. In a while, the two of us and that stupid horse will make a big one together." It kindly brought over a few plates of meat and poured wine for Duanda. It urged him to eat quickly, saying that there was a big deal waiting for him. Duanda's face immediately turned red, and he ate even more happily, but after a while he seemed to have sensed something and put down his chopsticks. Not long after, he began to sweat profusely, and multicolored light shot out from his pores. He stood up and pushed away the enthusiastic Black Emperor. Duanda began to jump on the spot, steam rising from his entire body, as if he was roasted. Flames spewed out from his nose and mouth, and then he charged out without even turning his head back, starting to run around the village of heaven. "Old Duan, don't be in such a hurry. Eat 2 more plates." The Black Emperor shouted enthusiastically from behind. "Son of AB** Tsich Black Emperor, I was wondering why you were so kind. Just you wait, Grandpa Dao will not be done with you." Duanda cursed loudly. Right now, his energy was too abundant, and he had eaten too much crocodile meat. His entire body was about to combust as he ran around the mountain. Moreover, he took off his Taoist robe as he ran, just so that he could better expel the essence in his body. It was because his entire body was about to explode, and it was as if his body had been ignited, turning into a human-shaped torch. A boundless celestial being, F***, it's so hot. The heartless Taoist howled like a ghost, drawing the sidelong glances of everyone in the village of heaven. Haha. The group of people laughed loudly, drinking wine as they watched him run around naked. Especially the large black dog, his grin was almost reaching his ears. Come, let's all drink. Taoist Elder Duan is such a livener, how can we let down his good intentions? The group of people repeatedly raised their cups. Duanda's nose was about to become crooked from anger. His legs were tense, and he couldn't get down at all. He was desperately exhausting his surging energy. Where is Pangbo? How are the Ji family siblings now? Yi Fan saw that almost all of his old friends had arrived, yet he still hadn't seen these 3 people, so he asked them. They stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. Killing Saint Chi Luo said. "What?" Yi Fan was stunned. "You've been gone for 14 years, and many things have happened. Let's talk while we drink," Yao Yuekong said. They talked about everything and talked about the events of the past few years. Yi Fan frowned. The rumors he heard on the way here weren't groundless. Over a dozen years ago, the Central Emperor had really almost been killed by someone. When the Central Emperor severed his Tao, auspicious colors descended from the sky, and sweet springs gushed out from the ground. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, and people said that it was an emperor elephant. 10 years ago, an ancient ancestor king made a move, and almost killed him in both form and spirit. At the crucial moment, Gai Juyo made a move, and killed that ancient king with a flick of his finger. Then he almost fought with the ultimate big shot of the ancient race. When these past events were brought up, the atmosphere was more or less gloomy. Ordinary people didn't know about this at all, and only a few cultivators knew about it. After that, Gai Juyo, Divine King Jiang, and the others became ruthless, and directly went to stop the Celestial Imperial Prince, Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others, wanting to kill them all. It was precisely because of this that the ancient races were terrified. All the great ancestor kings restrained themselves, and no longer tried to exterminate them. Otherwise, it would have turned into a tragedy where they killed each other's geniuses. Not long after this incident, the ancient road to the Central State's Odd Warrior Manor opened. The Central Emperor, the Southern Demon, and Ji Haoyue were the first to set foot on the journey. They began the mysterious trial and left this world. Since ancient times, the Odd Warrior Manor would open a road every 10,000 years. No one knew where those people went, and it had always been called the most powerful trial in history. This time, the Odd Warrior Manor made an exception, and the ancient road was opened several times. Bodhisattva West, Pang Bo, and the others also set foot on the journey and entered the boundless starry sky. A few years ago, Ji Ziyue also chose to set foot on this road. Yi Fan was lost in thought when he heard this. Where did this ancient road lead to? Was it the same as the one he took? It couldn't be leading to the flying immortal ancient star, right? It was hard to be sure. Among the stars with life that Yi Fan knew of, there were Fire Mulberry, Sky Connecting, North Star, and Flying Immortal. There were 4 ancient stars to choose from, and it was difficult for him to go there. What happened to Pangbo back then? He still remembered that scene clearly. When he was about to set foot on the return journey, this good friend of his was very abnormal and left without saying goodbye. The demonic god bloodline in his body suddenly awakened, and the race inheritance almost caused him to have an accident. This kind of awakening was very dangerous. Forcefully changing one's physique, and even one's mental thinking would be subverted. All kinds of indescribable and terrifying things would happen. The ancient emperors once said that life is the greatest miracle in the world. According to the ancient sages, immortality might exist. The reproduction of races was a kind of embodiment, and it involved many mysteries. Is our ancestor really dead? An ancient quasi-emperor once said that, in fact, he didn't. He lives in our blood. In a sense, this is not wrong. We are the continuation of our ancestors' life. As long as we reproduce endlessly, they will not die. This is a different kind of immortality. The ancient sages are right. The ancestors' blood flows in our bodies, and even a part of their memory fragments live in our flesh. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt relieved. After thinking about it carefully, wasn't the reproduction and evolution of life like this? All the secrets of immortality were imprinted in the genes. Yi Fan had seen a concrete example, such as when he fought with Yuan Gu, the latter had summoned the shadow of Yuan Emperor from his blood. Back then, Pang Bo's inheritance was very dangerous, and he almost became another person. He obtained many memory fragments from his blood, and had no choice but to step on a secret formation and leave. Yi Fan was stunned speechless. He had already learned from Earth that the demonic race and humans lived together in ancient times, and that Pang Bo's race was the descendant of the demonic god. They drank and chatted about the past years. They were all a little drunk, and the banquet was still going on until the moon rose. Only the unlucky Duanda was howling alone under the moonlight. He was venting his excessive energy and couldn't participate in the banquet. After a long time, the big black dog was so drunk that his tongue became loose. He got together with Longma, but this pair of bastards didn't make a move. After chatting for a while, they seemed to appreciate each other and said that they were going to work together to do something big. A corner of a blood-stained battle robe was sent back from the ancient road of the Qishir mansion. It belonged to Ji Haoyue, but there were no words on it. It was also because of this that Ji Ziyue embarked on a journey to save her brother and participated in the strongest trial in history. Before she left, she would look up at the starry sky every night, and in the end, she went to the Qishir mansion dejectedly, Li Tian said as he patted Yi Fan's shoulder and sighed. Can that ancient road still be opened? Yi Fan asked after a moment of silence. It hasn't been opened for all these years. Yen Ishi shook her head. The 2 spirit children, Gu Fei and Gu Lin, ran over to toast Yi Fan. This pair of siblings had grown up. Now, the elder brother was handsome and tall, and the younger sister was slender and elegant. Uncle Yi, why can't we calculate anything about you even when you're standing in front of us? Gu Lin asked with her big eyes blinking. I've reversed the great Tao, and messed up the mysteries of heaven. Yi Fan smiled. In reality, that wasn't the case. He knew it must be because of the broken celestial cauldron in his body. These few years, the sacred child of Yaoguang has been very low-key. He probably hasn't left this ancient planet, but there's also news that he was the last one to step onto the Star Road, the Black Emperor said. He was in cahoots with the Black Emperor. All these years, he had been eyeing the sacred land of Yaoguang. He believed that the sacred land was built on a huge imperial tomb, and he wanted to dig it up. The strongest trial in the depths of the starry sky, where does that road lead to? Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and looked at the starry sky. Late at night, Duanda looked like he had just been fished out of the water. He was covered in sweat and was so tired that he was twitching. His skin was still glowing and he had finally made it. After he came in, he clinked glasses with Yi Fan and sighed for a while. Then, he put down the cup and ran towards the Black Emperor. A battle between a man and a dog ensued. Immediately, everyone was in the mood to drink again. They watched the battle while drinking. "Brother Monkey, are your injuries serious?" A jade bottle appeared in Yi Fan's palm and he handed it over. This was the divine liquid from the Immortal Ascension Zone. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. After a while, you'll come with me and help me hold off one person. I'll go kill the Heavenly Prince myself." The monkey's eyes were frightening. It was obvious that he was holding back his anger. "Okay, no problem." Yi Fan had the same intention. Since he had returned, he definitely wasn't willing to stay silent and dormant. After accumulating to a certain extent, he needed a release to cut off all the grudges from the past. Chapter 1036. The hall was a mess of cups and plates. Everyone drank until late at night and passed out at the table. They only woke up when the sun was high in the sky the next day. "This is great. I haven't drunk like this in a long time." Dong Fangyi had just woken up when he picked up a wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. In the next few days, they all celebrated and drank to their heart's content. 5 days later, they all left and agreed to meet again in the future. "I'm looking forward to that battle." Everyone already knew that Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince had agreed to attack fiercely. There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle in the future. "Where's my master?" The child Hua Hua was a little afraid of strangers and felt unfamiliar with everything in the heavenly village. He was currently being led around by little K, to familiarize himself with the environment. "You're the disciple of the Divine Sun. I'm the goddess of the celestial court. Do you know what I'm called?" Little K was tall and slender. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She had a fairy-like appearance but was still a little immature. "I don't know." Hua Hua blinked his big eyes and said, everything he saw was new and interesting. A celestial seedling. In the distance, Qi Luo was smiling under an old locust tree. He had almost never fought after becoming the killing saint. Every day he spent his time playing chess and making tea. Only those who had stepped into the realm of semi-saints could understand how terrifying this old man was. This was a kind of transformation. He had cleansed himself of all his glory and murderous aura. The killing saint would reach a higher level. It was because of this killing saint that Yi Fan felt very secure. No matter what happened in the future, the people of the Celestial Court wouldn't end up too badly. He left Hua Hua in the Celestial Court and became a hands-off shopkeeper, letting him grow on his own. He dared to do this because he knew Qi Luo and the others would definitely nurture him carefully. The Celestial Court had the 9 apertures divine liquid of Holy Spirit, which could build the most solid foundation for a child. Hua Hua's Sea of Consciousness had the supreme mysterious method of Buddhism. With the supervision and guidance of a saint, his future was limitless. "Master, we want to go around this vast world. We want to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles," Zhang Qingyang said. "Come back in 10 years. Long Yuxuan also said, if they wanted to truly integrate into this world, they had to experience it themselves. They chose to measure this real world with their own feet. It was the same for the Holy Knight. His attainments were extremely profound. He was suppressed by the great Tao on earth, but now that he was in this world, he could break through at any time. That's right. To travel through the mountains and rivers and experience the mortal world with one's own body, tempering one's state of mind is more important than bitter cultivation." Yi Fan nodded and saw them off, watching them disappear into the horizon. As for Longma, he had no intention of going to asceticism at all. Now, he was so happy that he forgot about his home. Rather than saying that he and the Black Emperor appreciated each other, it was better to say that they shared the same rotten tastes. In the past few days, these two scoundrels got together, and then they pulled Duanda over to talk and spread out a map. It was unknown what kind of wicked idea they were plotting. "I don't have time to accompany you around. I'm going to do something big." This was Longma's reply. Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. Duanda, Black Emperor, Longma, these 3 scoundrels, who knew who they would harm this time. He didn't stop them, because he occasionally saw a map that seemed to be Alcade's terrain. The Alcade sacred land was suspected to be built on top of an emperor's tomb. The terrain there was a huge mound of earth, and there were mysteries that the people of the world could not understand. This was a big plan. Duanda and the Black Emperor had already planned this for more than 10 years, but they never dared to make a move. It was unknown why they wanted to make a move today. This Taoist grandpa has painstakingly deduced and found out that there are things in that emperor's tomb. At least a few months, at most half a year, they will definitely rush out. When Yi Fan heard these words from afar, he shook his head and laughed. This heartless Taoist was most likely blindly bluffing. How could a good sacred land collapse? On this day, Yi Fan also left. He had some things to take care of, and he might not have time soon. After leaving the heavenly village, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. Because this was the northern region, the lack of life couldn't be more normal. A cool breeze brushed past his face. After walking out of Yi Fan, he stood on a mountain peak and surveyed the withered mountain. It was completely barren, and not a single trace of life could be seen. When passing by the divine city, Yi Fan felt the prosperity there. All kinds of blood energy mixed together, forming a majestic power, like a heaven and earth copper furnace. I was the only one who returned to Earth, and now I have returned successfully. I need to tell Lu Yi, Zhang Wenchang, and the others about the situation of their families. Yi Fan didn't enter the divine city. Instead, he chose to continue traversing the void, heading straight for the Jade Lake's sacred land. The northern region was dry and lacked life, but not every place was like this. The Jade Lake was naturally not one of these places. It was magnificent and elegant. This sacred gate wasn't suspended in midair, but was located on the ground. That day Yi Fan rushed here. The sacred mountain was majestic, and the elegant peak was ethereal. It was as if he had entered a celestial domain. There was a divine spring flowing down from Shiyan. Spiritual grass grew on the cliffs, and auspicious beasts lurked in the mountains. There was both celestial energy and marvelous scenery. The eastern wasteland's famous divine land. Yi Fan muttered to himself. After so many years, he once again stood outside the mountain gate. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, the void gate in the distance opened. Several ancient race members walked out and landed on the ground. They glanced at Yi Fan and revealed astonished expressions. However, they didn't care too much. At this moment, no one could see through Yi Fan's heaven and earth-changing technique. The leader is a Dao executioner. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Why did the ancient race members come to the Jade Lake's sacred land? In the era when the saints didn't appear, Dao executioners were the peak combat power. Yi Fan looked at their backs and pondered for a while. Then he also walked toward the mountain gate to inform the experts that he wanted to see Lu Yi. Everything went smoothly. He entered the Jade Lake. This place was filled with dragon chi that turned into rosy clouds and ascended. The purple chi was luxurious, and there were no less than 10,000 of them on each mountain peak. It was a miracle that such a pure land could exist in the northern territory. Each cliff had celestial mist hovering around it. Ancient medicines were rooted in the stone peaks. It was a beautiful and magnificent scene. You are. Lu Yi got the report and hurried over. She met Yi Fan in a guest house in the bamboo forest. She looked at him suspiciously. Yi Fan used his soul consciousness to check. After confirming that no one was spying on him, he smiled and revealed his real face. Lu Yi's delicate hand shivered. Her teacup almost fell to the ground. She was frightened. Her voice trembled as she asked, "It's you, Yi Fan?" Today, everyone in the world didn't know that Yi Fan had charged into the Middle Continent's ancestral temple in the 14th year. He fought bravely and killed the banished Immortal Hua Yunfei. He stood alone on the five-colored altar, and no one dared to fight him for the teleportation formation in the forbidden area. In the end, he left the star field. So many years had passed, and everyone thought that he would never appear again. They thought that he was just a spray in the long river of the Northern Dipper star field. But now he had appeared again. "It's me," said Yi Fan. "You've returned to Earth and met our family. How are my parents?" Lu Yi's chest was heaving up and down. She stood up and was extremely emotional. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at him anxiously. "They're in good health." Yi Fan comforted her. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Although he had returned successfully, his parents were no longer here. Really? Tears streamed down Louise's face. She was a modern person. No matter how miraculous this place was, even if she could live forever, it was difficult to resist her longing for the other side of the starry sky. She wanted to go back at all times. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took out a large pile of things. There were perfumes, clothes, snacks, and even a touch-screen computer from the other side of the starry sky. Louise's eyes were filled with tears as she watched the clear and heartwarming video that Yi Fan had taken. In the video, her parents supported each other, as well as her little brother and the cute niece that she had never seen before. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Her heart was filled with sorrow and she couldn't stop crying. She wanted nothing more than to return to the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan left the abode and walked around the area aimlessly. Now that his origin technique had reached the large success stage and he was only a step away from becoming the Yuan Taoist master, he was able to see even more of the mysteries of this place. Oh, the fifth-generation ancestral master Zhang Lin really put in a lot of effort here. He set up an origin formation densely, allowing the spiritual qi to nourish every inch of the mountain and soil, turning this place into a supreme spiritual land. He rubbed his chin and began to seriously observe. He had come to visit a friend, so he naturally couldn't enter any of the secret areas. He could only observe from a limited range. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching, but he didn't pay it much attention and continued to walk forward. Yi Fan, someone called out from behind him. A woman walked over gracefully, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her figure was slender, and her hair was raven black. She walked gracefully, as if she were a fairy walking through the air. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He pretended to look back out of curiosity and followed the so-called Yi Fan, with a look of surprise on his face. This woman's skin was like fine jade. Her cheeks were as white as jade, and her forehead was as white as snow. Her eyes were full of spirit, and she had a smile on her face. She walked over like a fairy from a painting. This was the Jade Lake Holy Maiden. She was one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wastelands, along with Miaoyi and Yenryu. Even the great imperial families of the Central Plains, and even the ancient races, wanted to marry her but couldn't. Many years had passed, but she hadn't changed much. She was just as beautiful as before, and her every movement was beautiful and natural. Her pearly white teeth flashed as she said, "You can deceive the world, but you can't deceive me." "You are the Jade Lake Holy Maiden?" Yi Fan didn't understand, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. "When Yi Tong fought against the 10,000 Beginnings Saint, I was there. I saw a person intimidate the various races and suppress many Dao Severs." The Jade Lake Holy Maiden walked over gracefully. Her figure was graceful and her chest was full. Her snow-white clothes accentuated her perfect curves. Her waist was small, and her legs were long and slender. "What are you talking about, Holy Maiden?" Yi Fan pretended not to know. "I wanted to say that you are Yi Fan. Just now I happened to see..." She was emotional, and her eyes were red and swollen. Even though she tried to hide it, she couldn't hide it from me. For so many years, her only worry was to return to the other side of the starry sky. Apart from you, who else could it be that made her so excited? Yi Fan spread his hands to show that he couldn't understand. He walked over and said with a smile, "I've admired the Holy Maiden for a long time. Maybe we're really fated, so we have a good impression of each other. I feel like we've known each other for a long time." The Jade Lake Holy Maiden combed her hair. The divine splendor on her white forehead was restrained, and her eyes flickered with intelligence. She said, "You don't need to hide in front of me. To tell you the truth, I've also learned some original arts. You must have used the heaven and earth changing art." "Alright, since the Holy Maiden thinks I am, then I am. As Yi Fan, I'd like to invite you to admire the moon with me, and we can talk about our life aspirations. Is that okay?" The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's red lips were glossy, and there was a hint of sexiness in her exquisite beauty. Her figure was graceful, and her eyes were full of confidence. The corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Chapter 1037. At the foot of the stone valley, the Qilin beast was lying on a blue stone. Ancient herbs were growing on the cliffs, accompanied by orchids. Purple energy filled the air, creating a peaceful scene. The Jade Lake Saintess's hair fluttered in the wind. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, accentuating her graceful figure. She looked like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Her beauty was undeniable. Many immortal holy lands, ancient dynasties of the Central Plains, and ancient royal families had proposed marriage, but they were all rejected. Yi Fan smiled. Since he had been seen through, there was no need to hide it anymore. The Jade Lake Saintess had no evil intentions toward him, so he didn't need to worry. Do you have any money to keep your mouth shut? The Jade Lake Saintess smiled. Her outstanding beauty made all the divine plants dim. What else can I have? Apart from killing him to silence him, I can only devote myself to him. I really don't have anything else to offer. Yi Fan teased. The Jade Lake Saintess glanced at him. A lock of her black hair stuck to her white cheeks, which made her look ethereal and beautiful. It's a miracle that Brother Yi could come back. I should congratulate you. I was just lucky. I want to ask Brother Yi for a favor, the Jade Lake Saintess said. Oh, behind you is the West Emperor's inheritance. Is there anything else that's difficult? Yi Fan asked noncommittally. It's not a big deal for Brother Yi, but it will affect our Jade Lake deeply. So, please help me, the Jade Lake Saintess said. The more she said, the more surprised Yi Fan was. He rubbed his chin and asked, What is it? I want to borrow some strands of Brother Ye's divine blood. The Jade Lake Saintess looked at him with a solemn expression. Her skin was glowing. I see. Yi Fan immediately knew what they wanted to do. He couldn't help but ponder. This was a big deal. If they didn't handle it well, it would be a disaster. Brother Yi didn't hurt you, so a few strands of divine blood won't hurt you. I sincerely hope you can help me, the Jade Lake Saintess said gently. My blood isn't that hard to find, but I'm worried about what you're going to use. Yi Fan looked forward, wanting to see her heart. There were a few mysterious stones in the Jade Lake, and they were all mysterious and unfathomable. 4 of them were found by the Queen Mothers of the West, and the other 3 were given to them by the 5th-generation source Heavenly Master, Zhang Lin. The last Jade Lake Conference was started because of these stones. The Heaven Prince's body was within one of the wondrous stones and was discovered by Yi Fan. At that time, the Heaven Prince was within a jade-white egg. The fluctuations of divine inscriptions were world-shocking, and in the end, the ancient race came knocking and brought him away. In the lake, the ancient of the Jade Mountain of the mountain of the Jade, was in. And and the mountain and of lake of and of the lake of Saint of lake of the lake and Jade the god he of the. Now that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden had come to him, it must be because of that wondrous stone. Back then, his Tao had not been completed, so the effect of the divine blood was not that great. But now, it was different. Fairies, I hope that you will reconsider. It is hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse for the divine fetus that was born from heaven and earth to continue living. It is really risky to do this, Yi Fan said with a frown. He didn't say anything more alarming. Once a divine fetus with 9 orifices and 8 apertures was born, it would be a great disaster. Apart from ancient emperors, it would be very difficult for anyone to subdue it. Brother Yi is right. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded. She admitted that she had also been worried before, but she was relieved later on. There were sages who poured their heart and soul into enlightening them in their later years, and this stone embryo had long been connected to them. The saints were extremely powerful. Generation after generation of preaching had long since caused the divine fetus to change and become a part of the jade pool. It was difficult to see it as evil. Yi Fan was silent and didn't say anything more. How could the jade pool's decision be changed by a few words from him? This was the fruit of their hard work, and even the ancient sages thought it was fine. What else could they do? He knew that this divine fetus would be incomparably powerful once it was born. After all, it had been listening to sages and famous people preaching for so many years, and most of them had already understood the entire Western Emperor scripture. Brother Yi, do you agree? The Jade Lake Saintess asked. I want to think about it, Yi Fan replied. Brother Yi still has some misgivings, the Jade Lake Saintess said. I think you still remember what the Black Emperor said? Although he is a bastard, he is not lying. After all, he used to follow Great Emperor Wuxia, Yi Fan said. During the Jade Lake meeting, the Black Emperor had said that a powerful Holy Land had done something similar hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the end, the Holy Spirit appeared and destroyed that Holy Land. If it wasn't for Great Emperor Wuxia's success in the Tao, it was hard to imagine what kind of calamity would have befallen that Holy Land. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded and said, There's no time. The path of immortalization is about to open. With the current strength of the human race, how many people can enter? She didn't say much, but Yi Fan could feel the urgency of the great sage's land. Now, all the immortal inheritances were working hard to ascend to immortality. Yi Fan returned to the abode and talked with Lu Yi about the matters on the other side of the starry sky. She had mixed feelings, and tears fell from her eyes from time to time. She missed her homeland very much. Don't worry, there's a high chance we can go back. Yi Fan comforted her, but he didn't say much. The next day, the Jade Lake Saintess came again and asked if Yi Fan had made up his mind. He couldn't refuse her. The Jade Lake had been kind to him and had even helped him in the past. Even if he felt it was inappropriate, he couldn't refuse. He nodded and said, If there's a problem, there's still the ancient race, right? Let them share the rain and do equally. The Jade Lake Saintess's smile could topple a city, and even the sun in the sky lost its brilliance. She said, It's great that Brother Yi is willing to help. We won't let you lose blood for nothing. Just tell us if you need anything. What was the thing that interested Yi Fan the most about the Jade Lake? Of course, it was the Western Emperor Scripture's forbidden chapter. The last page of the scripture recorded the essence of the Western Emperor's comprehension, secret techniques, and inheritance. Sadly, he knew that this was impossible. No one would impart such a secret art. The final secret art of the ancient emperors was rarely used by others, let alone obtained by outsiders. I want to know how the Western Emperor forged the Immortal Tier's green golden pagoda. Yi Fan made this request after thinking about it seriously. The forging of a sovereign weapon. The later generations don't know everything about it, but we can try our best to find it in the scripture depository for you, the Jade Lake Saintess said, a strange light flashing in her eyes. It was extremely difficult to forge a sovereign weapon. To the great emperors, forging a sovereign weapon was an important matter in their lives. When the great emperors died, the sovereign weapon was like an extension of their lives and could protect their descendants. What was the most precious thing in the world? It was the weapon of the great emperors. In the depths of the sky, the chaotic aura pervaded the air. The Western Emperor Pagoda was faintly discernible, bobbing up and down as if it was suppressing the creation of heaven and earth. Strands of celestial energy fell down to protect the entire Pure Land. Yi Fan and the Jade Lake Saintess moved forward, heading for the most important place. During this time, he opened his heavenly eyes and looked up at the Immortal Tier's green golden pagoda. He saw a small wooden house not far from the Great Emperor Pagoda. There was a lonely woman standing on the clouds, looking into the distance with an indescribable sorrow on her face. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized at a glance that this was Yang Yi, the lover of the fifth heaven source ancestral master Zhang Lin. She was the Jade Lake Saintess from 10,000 years ago. He didn't say anything and sighed inwardly. Zhang Lin had suppressed the northern region in a single battle and destroyed the Valley of Gods by himself, but he had buried himself in the morning glow, never to return. When will the path to immortality open? Yi Fan suddenly asked. The Jade Lake Saintess was startled. She looked at him and said, No one can say for sure, but it shouldn't be too long. Even the ancient race can't sit still and are making preparations. I'm curious about another matter, and I've always wanted to ask you about it, but I always feel that it's a little presumptuous. Yi Fan said. What is it? The Jade Lake Saintess asked. I once heard that the original location of the Jade Lake wasn't here, but that it was moved from another place. I don't know if it's true or not, and why exactly. Yi Fan had gone to that place with the Black Emperor, and he had obtained the Tao Palace section of the Western Emperor scripture from there. However, he couldn't say it, or else he would be in big trouble. There was no vitality in the Jade Lake's old land, and it was deathly silent. It was extremely strange. Moreover, every time he thought of that celestial pond, he felt his hair stand on end. There were countless young and beautiful corpses at the bottom of the pond. They were all disciples of the Jade Lake, and he didn't know why they were buried there. According to the Black Emperor, the materials for the West Emperor Tower were found at the bottom of the pond. Hearing this, the Jade Lake's saintess expression became solemn. She shook her head and said, "That's an old matter, and it's too long ago. Not many people in the Jade Lake know about it, and I don't know either." In front of them, the mist was hazy, and celestial chi lingered. All kinds of multicolored lights swallowed and spat. They had arrived at the most important place of the Jade Lake, the Celestial Pond. The name of the sect came from the Celestial Pond. There was one in the old land, and there was another one here. It was said that they came from the same pond. This region was like a celestial realm, and it was extremely dreamy. Ordinary people had to stop and couldn't get close at all. All kinds of auspicious beasts could be seen here, and auspicious birds danced in the air. Rare birds and strange beasts that looked like three-legged golden crows, fire phoenixes, and chilants roamed the surroundings. An ancient tree's branches stretched high into the sky. It was extremely tall, and it looked like a horned dragon. It was precisely the famous peaches of Immortality tree. It took root at the side of the celestial pond and absorbed its essence. A medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. Moreover, this area was filled with orchids, and they were like clusters of weeds that could be found everywhere. This kind of divine land was difficult to find in the world. It was a wondrous land that nourished the spiritual embryo of heaven and earth. Even a weed growing here would become intelligent, let alone a strange plant. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He saw the ancient race members he had seen before. The person in the lead was a Dao Sever, and he was accompanied by the Jade Lake's important figures. He was standing in front of the peaches of Immortality tree and sprinkling mysterious blood on a strange stone. The Celestial Prince's aura. Divine light blazed in Yi Fan's eyes. He could feel the enemy's aura from the dazzling five-colored blood. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded and said, "They are indeed the Celestial Prince's subordinates." "Did you also ask for blood from the Celestial Prince?" Yi Fan asked. "No, he took the initiative to send it over. He wanted to use the undying Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture to exchange for the 9 orifices and 8 holes strange stone," the Jade Lake Saintess said. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. The scripture left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor was known as the Divine Ancient Scripture. He had shaken the entire ancient era and was revered by all races. Such a character could look down on the ages and reign supreme in the world. The scripture he wrote was naturally incomparably profound. He was viewed by all races as an existence that surpassed the divine spirit. "We can't agree. The path to immortalhood is about to open. Even an immortal scripture placed in front of us can't compare to this divine embryo," the Jade Lake Saintess said. Yi Fan's expression changed. Were the Jade Lake's strange stones placed together in the past? "Although we came into contact with them, they weren't sealed in the same place," the Jade Lake Saintess said. Yi Fan stared at the Stone King under the peaches of Immortality tree, and then looked at the Celestial Prince's dazzling five-colored blood. He pondered silently for a moment. Chapter 1038. Within the Immortal Pond, the water was sparkling and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Mists curled about, multicolored light shone brilliantly, and auspicious splendor surged. The Immortal Peach Tree took root at the side of the Immortal Pond. It was 49 meters tall, and it was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it had lived for. The old tree bark was cracked and rough like dragon scales. However, it was full of vitality. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant and flowing with green light. There were a few sparkling peach blossoms blossoming on it, and the fragrance seeped into one's bones. Yi Fan arrived. All of the pores on his body opened up, taking in and sending out spiritual essence, reaching a balance with this place. A layer of translucent luster appeared on the surface of his body. The spiritual essence of this place was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. It could be considered an immortal land. Even if an immortal realm truly existed, it wouldn't be more than this. The ancient race experts didn't leave. They gave him a few looks without saying anything, but it was difficult to sense any good intentions. There was a vague type of awe-inspiring feeling that only Dao-severing experts could sense. My family's prince truly wishes to exchange for this stone core. A divine ancient scripture can be considered heaven-defying. If the jade pool is willing, we can establish another mountain gate and turn it into another holy land. A male with deer antlers on his head spoke. He had a head of long gray hair. This matter will end here. The jade pool has its own inheritance, so there is no need to cultivate another person's inheritance. Western Queen Mother spoke. She was graceful and noble with a 9-phoenix hairpin in her hair and a golden ornament hanging from it. Her feather clothes flickered with multicolored light. Her expression was calm, but it was extremely divine and inviolable. This ancient race expert wasn't willing to give up. He said seriously, "It isn't a handwritten copy, but the original scripture cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold of the undying heavenly emperor." On the side, Yi Fan was shaken. It seemed like the heavenly prince didn't want to swindle the jade pool and truly wanted to carry out an exchange. This divine core really did have a heaven-defying price. He thought about it inwardly. If the heavenly prince personally brought the ancient scripture over, he would have the urge to kill him along the way. The first reason was to eliminate a great enemy, and the second was to see what was so special about the scripture written by an existence that surpassed deities. Don't mention this matter again. This stone king has already developed intelligence and is treated as a child by the past saints. How can it be exchanged with someone else? Western Queen Mother refused. The ancient race experts glanced at each other, and one of them handed a jade artifact to the Western Queen Mother. Within it was the heavenly prince's 5-colored divine blood, and they left with unsightly expressions. They glanced at Yi Fan, and their killing intent disappeared in a flash. They left the celestial pool. An elder of the Jade Lake said some polite words to him to see him off. Shi Wangmu smiled faintly. Aside from Yi Fan, she left behind the holy daughter and had everyone else leave. Yi Fan's true identity could not be hidden from her. The saintess had already reported it to her. Otherwise, how could a random person's blood be sprinkled on the Stone King? Dao Friendy, congratulations on your great increase in strength. Crossing the Sky Dome is a miracle that cultivators of my generation yearn for even in our dreams. Western Queen Mother said, extremely polite, treating him like an equal. It was because now Yi Fan's cultivation was deep and immeasurable. Even great completion kings couldn't be too arrogant when they saw him. As long as they understood his strength, all holy lands would feel restraining fear. In reality, she was deeply moved inside. Back then, Yi Fan was nothing more than a small cultivator. After arriving at the Jade Lake, he still needed her protection. She never expected that after all these years, he already towered above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't act carelessly. She was the glorious lord of the great sage land. Forget about her cultivation, just her status alone was enough for her to speak with archaic ancestral kings. Now, he already knew how terrifying the undying inheritances were. Not a single one of them could be looked down on. The so-called backing was extremely impressive. Yi Fan thought to himself. If a great battle truly erupted, the inheritances of great emperors would most likely have a trump card that could reverse the heaven and earth. Western Queen Mother held a jade artifact in her hand. The 5-colored blood inside was brilliant and dazzling, releasing strand after strand of powerful and terrifying fluctuations that made others feel intimidated. The Jade Lake was extremely cautious. Any divine blood that sprinkled onto the Stone King would be secretly purified by the Western Emperor Tower's Emperor energy. When the blood scattered down, others couldn't see anything, but Yi Fan could sense that the tower in the sky was trembling slightly. Below the immortal peach tree, this strange stone was sparkling and glistening. It had 9 apertures and 8 holes that were exquisitely carved. At every moment, it would absorb the essence of the sun and moon on its own. After the heavenly prince's blood was completely absorbed, It continuously trembled and released a cheerful cry. The radiance became even more resplendent, and the life within seemed like it could break out at any time. During these past few days, Yi Fan stayed in this place. Only Western Queen Mother and Jade Lake's Saintess accompanied him. Outsiders weren't allowed to approach. He had already opened his heavenly eye, which was glistening with divine light. He stared at the strange stone without blinking. Back then, he couldn't see through it because it was too mysterious. The ancient sages had placed Dao runes on it. But now, things were different. His Genesis technique had reached the advanced stage, and he could clearly see everything inside the stone. There was a person with flesh and blood sitting cross-legged, and her entire body was glowing brightly. It's a woman. This divine fetus looked to be 18 or 19 years old. She was sitting with her eyes closed, and her body was flowing with immortal light. Although she was extremely beautiful, she was also intimidating. Her 9 apertures and 8 holes were connected to the surface of the strange stone, as if she was wearing a thick layer of stone clothing. Various scriptures flickered on her body. They were left behind by the ancient sages when they preached and chanted scriptures for her. The Western Queen Mother and the Saintess invited Yi Fan here for 2 reasons. 1, they needed his divine blood, and 2, they wanted to use her heaven-defying Genesis technique to see how the divine fetus inside the stone was doing. The heaven and earth intersected, and such a spirit fetus was born. It's really shocking. I can feel traces of immortal aura, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes and carved in the air, imprinting the appearance and temperament of the divine fetus. The Western Queen Mother and the Jade Lake Saintess were amazed. The woman in the stone was extraordinary, and there was no doubt that her beauty didn't belong to the mortal world. Her body had already turned into flesh and blood, and her internal organs and bones had an indescribable immortal aura. The potential in her body is unimaginable. Every inch of her body contains the power of the vast ocean. If she really comes into being, she will be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. Yi Fan said in a low voice. This female spirit didn't have any flaws. If such a divine fetus came into being in the future, no one in the world would be able to suppress it, so he couldn't help but take a closer look. Yi Fan was a little hesitant. The trembling of the stone seemed to be the instinct of the spirit fetus, and her sea of consciousness was very calm. The fluctuation wasn't strong, and it didn't match her powerful and beautiful body. This is the result of the purification by the ancient sages, the Western Queen Mother said. The Jade Lake predecessors were also afraid that something unexpected would happen, so they used their supreme ability to preach scriptures and thoroughly purified the divine fetus sea of consciousness. According to them, the current divine fetus had a pure heart, just like a child of the Jade Lake. When she really comes into being, her spiritual will catch up. Although the divine fetus had been purified, its potential was still there. Once awakened, it would be as vast as the sea. In the following days, Yi Fan sat under the immortal peach tree and nourished the strange stone with his blood. Every time, he would open his heavenly eye to observe. She's extracting the original power from the blood. Yi Fan observed seriously for a few days. His eyes flickered with divine light, and his heart palpitated. Was all of this instinctive? This intimidating and beautiful divine fetus extracted strands of light from the sage blood and turned them into almost invisible symbols that were branded into the body. The symbols extracted from the heavenly prince's 5-colored divine blood are especially bright. Yi Fan had the unique heavenly eye. To him, there were no secrets within the stone, so he observed this phenomenon. There is original power within the blood, and there are memory fragments of ancient ancestors. Are these symbols the same thing? He was astonished. If he thought about it more deeply, it would be very complicated. The heavenly prince's blood definitely contained the power of the undying heavenly emperor. That was a supreme deity revered by all races, and it was very possible that he was the most powerful expert since ancient times. This was indirectly the undying heavenly emperor's blood and life imprint. How many people could compare to him? Yi Fan pondered for a few days but still couldn't find any clues. In the end, he clenched his teeth and released no less than the heavenly prince's blood. Brilliant symbols immediately appeared within the stone. What does the heavenly prince want? Yi Fan didn't know. In the end, quite a bit of sage blood flowed out, and the brilliant symbols were a bit more than the heavenly prince's. Beside the immortal pond, all kinds of ancient medicines grew in large patches. Ginseng stalks took shape, and orchids were everywhere. They breathed in and out essence, and the fragrance was intoxicating. There were even Qilin beasts lying on the ground, and auspicious beasts roamed about. Yi Fan stayed under the immortal peach tree for more than half a month, but he didn't find anything strange. In the end, he took a scroll and left. The scroll vaguely recorded some of the secrets of the Western Emperor's emperor weapon refinement. It was almost like a legend, such as fighting his way into the primal chaos immortal sea, entering the 9 heavens alone, and killing a deity as a sacrifice to the heavens. It made him frown. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. Otherwise, it'll be like reading a fairy tale. He shook his head. Even though he walked out of the Jade Lake, he couldn't get rid of that strange stone with 9 apertures and 8 holes in his heart. The Western Queen Mother once said that the path to immortality was about to open, and they had no choice but to search for all kinds of bloodlines to nourish the divine embryo. She had to be born before that happened. Is what I left behind a sage blood imprint? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt that he had to find the heavenly prince and kill him. Otherwise, he always felt that something was wrong. Oh, you finally come out. We've been waiting for you for more than half a month. Several hundred miles away from the Jade Lake, a few ancients blocked his way. The one in the lead had gray hair, and even his eyes were lead gray. He had antlers on his head, and he was a Dao cutter. Why were you waiting for me? Nothing much, we just wanted to have a chat with you. The few ancients surrounded him, and there was a hint of mockery at the corner of their mouths. All of them revealed their killing intent. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Sure, I also wanted to have a chat with you. Are you the Central Prefecture's Yuhua King, one of the Gemini Kings, or someone else, like the Netherworld King?" The antlered man asked calmly. They had received accurate information that the kings of the Central Prefecture should have arrived in this half a month, so they thought that Yi Fan was one of them. None of them. Yi Fan shook his head. "Reckless thing, hurry up and report your name," one of them shouted. The deer-horned gray-haired male even more so immediately took action. A black mist overflowed into the heavens, instantly surrounding the world, sucking Yi Fan inside. "It's best if we be a bit more careful. We'll slowly interrogate him after capturing him." This was a secret treasure bestowed by the Heavenly Prince. They had absolute confidence that this scroll could trap all Dao cutters, and it could even kill human king-level experts. The world within the scroll was like a cage, and the people inside and outside could see each other. The Heavenly Prince has spent so much effort, so how can he let a rat poop spoil a pot of porridge? Search his sea of consciousness, and see what his identity is. The group of people looked down at the scroll, and they laughed coldly, revealing their killing intent. Reckless thing, appearing in the Jade Lake at this time is really annoying. Let's cut open his body first and see what kind of blood it is. These people all had cold expressions, and they had the power to decide life and death in their hands. One of them held a divine whip and lashed it at the scroll. A beam of bloody light flickered, and this person collapsed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. The others were shocked. Then, a large golden hand reached out, covering heaven and earth, enveloping all of them and grabbing them into the scroll. How is this possible? They were all horrified. Based on what they knew, apart from the Son of Heaven, only Huangshu Dao, the son of Fire Qilin, and a few others were able to break through this painting scroll. However, it had suppressed and killed many Dao-severing cultivators of the human clan, and now, something like this had actually happened. Speak, what does that heavenly prince, that rat poop, want to do? Yi Fan stood on a beautiful mountain peak in the scroll. One of them wanted to berate him. In the sky, a large foot descended, trampling him into a bloody mist on the spot. Not even his bones were left, and they drifted in the air. I was just about to go find him, and you just happened to deliver yourself to my door. Hurry up and tell me what he wants to do, Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 1039. In this picture scroll, Mountains and rivers were vivid, ancient trees were everywhere, and a silver waterfall was boundless. This was a secret treasure that the celestial prince had sacrificed to deal with the human Tao executioner. There were tens of thousands of strands of Tao energy, and the scene was spectacular. Yi Fan stood on a blue stone and looked down at them. Strands of Tao light flowed about his body, and the people in front of him were sweating profusely. All of the joints in their bodies were dislocated. They couldn't endure this kind of pressure. The bones in their calves were almost crushed. They all knelt there, revealing looks of horror. Who exactly was this person in front of them? Just this kind of aura alone made them feel despair. This was an existence comparable to the ancient prince, and he actually belonged to the human race. Why have I never seen you before? The gray-haired man with deer horns asked. He was a Tao executioner, and the only one who didn't kneel down. However, his body was spasming. Yi Fan walked forward. Those on the first small step of the Tao executioner realm could hardly pose a threat to him. He took a step forward, and the gray-haired man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was unwilling, he still collapsed. As a prisoner, you must have some self-awareness. I'm asking you a question, yet you're asking me instead, Yi Fan said coldly. He didn't want to waste words. He opened a palm, and multicolored light surged out, submerging one of them and restraining his divine sense. The other's expressions changed. They didn't even have a bargaining chip to live now. Whatever this person wanted to know, he could read it from their sea of consciousness. I'm willing to tell you everything. One of them was scared and shouted loudly. He was truly scared that he would rather die than live. Speak. I'm listening, Yi Fan said calmly. You dare? If you betray the imperial prince, your 10 clans will be wiped out. The gray-haired Tao executioner shouted. Pa! Yi Fan waved his hand and sent him flying with a slap. Blood splashed onto the ground. This person smashed into a distant mountain, leaving behind a human-shaped bloodstain. The others' expressions all changed. An initial Tao executioner couldn't even take a single blow. In front of this person, they were like chickens and dogs. It made their backs go cold. Immediately, the remaining people all knelt there. The scales on their bodies opened and closed. This was the ancient race's expression of incomparable fear. Are you, a prince? One of them asked in a trembling voice. As an ancient race, they were most fearful of the ancient emperors of the human race. There was once a primordial king who speculated that there would most likely be a prince in this world who could stand toe-to-toe with the ancient princes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but shout out. Human Saint Body! You actually came back. Then, they were completely terrified, not holding anything back, saying everything. How could they provoke someone who could cross the sky? In this world, death was not the most terrifying thing. They were afraid that Yi Fan would make it impossible for them to die even if they wanted to. He would use all sorts of methods to torture their primordial spirits. You're saying that the heavenly prince refined the blood for a year? Yi Fan was surprised. Yes, I heard the heavenly prince unintentionally muttering to himself. One of them said while trembling. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Back then, Yi Fan killed the ancient race experts like harvesting wheat. Blood flowed from the peak of the Broken Heaven mountain range all the way to the foot of the mountain. That battle caused ghosts to weep and deities to howl, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. And now, when talking about the enemies of the ancient race, his figure would uncontrollably appear in many people's hearts. It was like a stone tablet pressing down on their hearts. During this year, the heavenly prince went to the Blood Phoenix Mountain and visited the Fire Qilin Cave. He borrowed the power of a few ancient weapons to cultivate for a period of time. Another ancient race member spoke like this. His entire body was trembling, and under the pressure of Yi Fan, he didn't dare to hide anything. He spoke of all the suspicious points he knew. Yi Fan pondered deeply. This heavenly prince's scheme was not small. Borrowing the ancient weapons to cultivate was a lie, and it was most likely to refine the divine blood. Could it be that he used the weapons to carve an inheritance imprint? The heavenly prince once told us to keep an eye on every cultivator that enters and leaves the Jade Lake. During this period of time, we have to remember all the people with powerful bloodlines and not spoil his plans. Among them, there were a few powerful characters, such as the Central Continent's Yuhua King and Gemini King. The Heavenly Prince sent people to keep an eye on them, preventing them from escaping for a short period of time. As for the others with king bloodlines, he didn't fear them and couldn't disrupt his plans. Another person added. He was familiar with the maid that served the Heavenly Prince before. She once said that every time the Heavenly Prince went into seclusion, he would chant scriptures, as if he wanted to imprint the divine scriptures into something. After listening to them, Yi Fan didn't say anything for a long time. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he pondered for a long time. What exactly does he want to do? Could it be that you guys really don't know? I don't know. I only heard a half-saint say something about entering the immortal domain together and having immortal companions. One person said while trembling with fear. He knew that this was a great enemy of the Heavenly Prince. Now that he returned, he would definitely stir up a reign of terror. Yes, the half-saint mentioned something like that. In the future, when the path to immortalization opens, there will be great harvests. The divine embryo will assist the Heavenly Prince. Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. A wave of clear qi gushed out from his head, transforming into another him. He stepped out of the painting and didn't head in the direction of the Jade Lake Pure Lands. This was truly a terrifying matter. All he could do was to tell the Jade Lake Pure Lands what he knew and let them make their own decisions and take precautions. Most probably, the sect controlled the Western Emperor Pagoda and their deterrence was extremely great. It was impossible for Yi Fan to spare their lives. These people also had the resolution to die. All they wanted was a quick death. In the end, all of them died after taking 7 steps. That Dao executioner had always been unyielding and wasn't willing to cooperate. Right now, he wanted to commit suicide but he couldn't. Yi Fan pointed out with his finger. The immortal platform between his brows began to burn. "Ah, you can't do this!" He screamed in agony. Yi Fan carefully observed and actually obtained an important piece of information from his immortal platform. This caused his body to tremble. 5 years ago, the Heavenly Prince entered the Origin Ancient Mine. Did he succeed? Yi Fan pulled him up and asked loudly. "I don't know." This person was extremely stubborn and unyielding. Yi Fan had no choice but to search through his chaotic sea of consciousness. He carefully searched and discovered the truth. The Heavenly Prince left with the deity medallion, his father left behind. He left for several days. Whether or not he successfully entered the Origin Ancient Mine, no one knew. In any case, he returned alive in the end. This gave him a headache. The Origin Ancient Mine was definitely one of the most terrifying places in the world. As for what exactly was inside, he still didn't know. The monkey had said before that his father had entered, but he didn't say a single word. Even his uncle on Mount Meru, the victorious fighting Buddha, didn't know about this. 2 hours later, Yi Fan appeared in the God City. He felt a little emotional as he revisited this place. Back then, he used the identity of a small cultivator to stir up an endless storm here. The Gambling Stone War and breaking through the curse all originated from this place. At this moment, everyone in the God City was shocked. They all felt a wave of boundless blood energy, as if a demonic mountain flew over from the distance and descended. What happened? Could it be that there are half-saints fighting a great battle? Many people flew high into the sky, all of them looking in a certain direction. Ah, that's the mysterious expert that appeared in the Fire Spirit Ravine. Many people cried out in alarm. This area was immediately thrown into chaos. Countless cultivators and stone gamblers flew up into the sky and looked towards a group of ancient palaces. A cultivator holding a black spear in his hands lifted up a grand heavenly palace with a single strike. It exploded in midair. This was precisely Yi Fan. He didn't come here for anything else, only to kill. There was a stronghold of the Heavenly Prince here, a place he settled down in the God City. It really is him. The battle in the Fire Spirit Ravine back then shook the world. It was precisely this person who slaughtered in all directions with a black divine spear. Even the ancient race experts had no choice but to lower their heads. Many people had seen him take action before, so they immediately recognized him. They weren't the Yuan Taoist master, so they naturally couldn't see through his true body. Is the heavenly prince here? I've come to kill you. Yi Fan's voice tore through the sky, reverberating through the god city like thunder, causing many ancient buildings to tremble. Many people covered their ears, on the verge of collapse. There wasn't a single person in this region whose expression didn't change. Who was the heavenly prince? For so many years, he had ruled over the eastern wasteland, overlooking the world. He had never met a worthy opponent. Apart from a monkey, who else dared to make him their enemy? But now, someone threatened to kill him. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion. This region immediately exploded, a boiling cauldron of voices, and an uproar broke out. At this moment, it was unknown just how many pairs of eyes looked over, all of them focused on that palace, looking at that heroic figure. Yi Fan held the spear with a single hand, entering this palace alone. With a wave of the spear, all 28 enormous palaces in front of him flew into the sky, and then they exploded, turning into fine powder. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These palaces were engraved with ancient formations, killing light crisscrossing everywhere. Even an ordinary Dao severing expert would bleed if they set foot here, yet right now, they were even weaker than paper. Even the formations personally carved by the heavenly prince were useless. They were all turned into ashes by a single spear strike. Who are you, daring to come here and behave atrociously? More than 10 figures rushed out from the last palace, all of them seething with anger. Their scales and horns were awe-inspiring, every one of them sinister. Yi Fan frowned. The heavenly prince wasn't here, but that wasn't all that surprising. Even though the so-called divine child was unrivaled and tyrannical, he was also extremely cautious, rarely appearing in the god city. Last time, I killed a strand of your prince's primordial spirit, and he threatened to kill my 10 clans. Today, I've come to kill his true body. Yi Fan said coldly. What? This time, everyone in the god city heard this, erupting with commotion. Everyone felt as if their blood was flowing faster, all of them clenching their fists tightly. This lord was too domineering. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Killing a strand of the heavenly prince's primordial spirit wasn't enough, taking the initiative to slaughter his way here, wanting to kill his true body. The first person to do so in 14 years. In all these years, apart from the ancient race's sacred prince, this was the only one from the human race who dared to act so domineeringly, wanting to kill the heavenly prince. You boast shamelessly, daring to come here and stir up trouble. Leave behind your lowly life. The heavenly prince's subordinates' tempers immediately erupted. They stood in front of the last enormous palace, all of them glaring angrily, killing intent pervading the entire city. Pooh! Yi Fan was simple and direct. The black spear in his hand flickered with cold light as it pierced forward. It was fast to the extreme, piercing through the enemy. With a prung sound, it exploded, turning into a pile of bloody paste. Bloody mist surged. Everyone was shocked, releasing cries of alarm. After all these years, who dared to do this? Even when the heavenly prince's servants went out, they would still make all sides feel restraining fear, not daring to provoke them, all of them high up above. Yet today, this person came alone with a spear, killing in front of everyone, decisive and cold, making everyone's blood boil. If the heavenly prince doesn't come out, then I will fight under the heavens, uproot all of his strongholds, wipe them all out. Yi Fan said coldly, the black spear in his hands pointing towards the sky. You dare? In front of the enormous palace, the expression of that Dao executioner with the most powerful strength was sinister. He pointed his finger at him and said, Today, I will leave behind your lowly life. The void trembled, completely distorting. The black spear in Yi Fan's hands left his hands, drawing out a streak of black light. With a pu sound, it pierced through this person, large amounts of blood splashing out. It carried his body flying, and with a prung sound, it stabbed into the enormous palace's horizontal board, nailing him to death there. Why wouldn't I dare? Today, I will slaughter my way through and wipe out all of his strongholds. Let's see what he can do to me then, Yi Fan said coldly. Strands of blood trickled down from the horizontal board, the Tao executioner on it dripping with blood. The space between the brows was pierced by the black spear, nailed there, unable to move at all. Chapter 1040. This enormous palace was dead silent. The spear body that seemed to be forged from black gold impaled this ancient race expert into the inscribed board. Blood trickled down, creating a ghastly sight. The spear shaft was extremely long, dark golden radiance ice cold. This place was incomparably quiet, not a single person saying anything. He was a Tao-severing expert, yet he was pierced through by a spear thrown out, nailed to the enormous palace, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. The sharp spear tip flickered with dark light, piercing through the space between this person's brows. White brain matter dyed his hair a grizzled white, bright red blood splashing in all directions, flowing down the dark golden spear shaft, landing on the ground. The sound was extremely soft, yet it made everyone feel as if a boulder fell into their hearts. This place was completely silent, many people not even daring to breathe loudly. This person was truly terrifying, wishing to kill the heavenly prince with a single word of disagreement, nailing a king to death with a single strike. A layer of fine white sweat appeared on the bodies of the remaining ancient race experts. They were shocked, angry, and fearful, none of them daring to act blindly without thinking. Where is the heavenly prince? Yi Fan asked them, overlooking everyone in this enormous palace. After the heavenly prince emerges from isolation, he will definitely wipe out your 10 clans, suppress your souls forever, make you beg for life, beg for death. One of them said fiercely. Moreover, he took the initiative to take action, opening his mouth and spitting out a small silver spear the length of a chopstick. It turned into a streak of silver light, piercing towards Yi Fan's eyes, drawing out a Tao trace in the void. Divine chains of order appeared one after another, as if a silver divine phoenix was born while bathing in flames. In the distance, many people cried out in alarm. This was a Tao-severing spear. This person was vicious and decisive, using the life of a Tao-severing expert to exchange for a spear attack, gambling a large half of his own life to increase the power several times over. Hung Long. Sure enough, this spear became faster and faster, the silver radiance becoming more and more resplendent, making the great Tao resonate with it. Auspicious colors even descended from the heavens, several sweet springs surging from the ground, making even this world produce a reaction. A stunning spear. This was an attack that risked his life to kill. Normal Tao-severing experts didn't dare face it head-on at all, as they would be turned into ashes upon contact. However, one could clearly see the void being destroyed. The silver radiance became more and more terrifying, opening up a black hole. There was even more chaotic energy swirling about, pervading the skies. However, in the face of this earth-shattering attack, Yi Fan did not move at all. Only when the spear was right in front of his eyes did he reach it first. With a ding sound, he flicked out a finger and knocked on the silver-white spear shaft. The silver-white spear that was the length of a chopstick emitted a crack as it broke on the spot, and it was like a silver bottle had suddenly been broken. Bright light shot towards the surroundings and formed a ripple of the grand Tao that spread towards the surroundings. This expanse of the heavens and the earth was immediately riddled with holes, and it was like a beehive. Black holes and gorges filled the sky, and it was a ghastly scene. In the distant sky, many people were affected, spitting out blood and retreating. Just this kind of aftershock alone was already like this, so one could well imagine its true power. Suddenly, the man at the center of the battlefield waved his hand, and the storm between the heavens and the earth instantly stopped. In a breath of time, the wind and waves calmed down. He was like a divine needle that stabilized the world. The crowd was about to suffocate, but they immediately quieted down and looked nervously at the center of the field. Everyone attacked together. Activate your secret artifacts. Several ancient race experts braced themselves and shouted out. They knew that they were no match, but they had no choice. In front of a character comparable to an ancient prince, they couldn't escape at all. A rain of light flew out, and those were small blades that were shaped like centipedes. They were dense and glaring, and killing intent engulfed the heavens. The clouds in the sky were all scattered. The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. Another person activated a large purple bell, and the bell ripples were like ocean waves. One could clearly see them spreading out in circles, shattering heaven and earth. All types of ancient weapons flickered with light, and killing intent overflowed. Sword radiance filled the air, forming a great wave that swept over with terrifying attacks. Yi Fan only took a single step forward when faced with these people's attacks. With a pring sound, great Tao ripples spread out, and the person at the very front bore the brunt of the attack. He was attacked by the earth energy and exploded on the spot, turning into a rain of blood. Duo! At the same time, Yi Fan released a light shout. The centipede rain of blades was like snowflakes encountering fire, turning into smoke. Meanwhile, the large purple bell was covered in cracks, and with a hong sound, it collapsed. With a pull of his hands, the black spear that was inserted into the enormous palace flew back and appeared in his hands. He then flicked it forward. Black light rushed into the heavens, and after a few stabs, the ancient race experts all widened their eyes. Then, snow-white bone fragments flew out, carrying large amounts of blood as they disintegrated in front of the enormous palace. Yi Fan was like a demonic monarch. His hair danced about as he ascended high into the sky with his spear in hand. Then he pierced downwards, turning this vast residence into ashes under a single strike. Nothing was left. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan disappeared from the sky above the divine city, vanishing without a trace. This place was silent for a long time, and then a clamor broke out. That day, the divine city was in an uproar. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Everyone knew that a huge storm was about to begin. With someone issuing a challenge like this, there was no way the heavenly prince wouldn't make a move. After more than 10 years, there was finally someone sharpening his blade and was going to make a move against the Son of God. This was undoubtedly a piece of heavenly news that shook all the ancient races. The divine city was in an uproar. All kinds of news were transmitted through the realm gates to every corner of the continent. Many major powers were shocked. At this time, Yi Fan didn't care about these things. He was sitting in the Marak Stone Square and drinking tea with the old saint, Wei. He was seriously talking about his experiences in the past 10 years. This old man who seemed to have one foot in the grave nodded and would occasionally say a few words. He was still the same as before, calm and unperturbed like a withered tree. The path to immortality is about to open. There will definitely be the most terrifying upheaval in history. Some eternal inheritances might even be turned into ashes. When he left, Yi Fan kept thinking about the words of the old sage, causing his heart to sink. After waiting for millions of years, the hope of the 10,000 ancient races, the hope of the ancient emperors, the hope of the 10,000 ancient races had finally appeared. However, this also signified that corpses would pile up into mountains and blood would flow like rivers. This was a great era rarely seen even in millions of years. All sides would do everything they could to achieve immortality. In the near future, for the sake of that opportunity to become an immortal, there would definitely be a bitter slaughter. The saints from outside this region would most likely rush over. Immortal ascension, Yi Fan said to himself. He turned around and gave the divine city a look before leaving into the distance. An hour later, Yi Fan appeared on the scarlet great earth 100,000 li away from the absolute beginning forbidden region. He stood in this familiar yet unfamiliar mining area. Outside of Origin Ancient Mine, the area 100,000 li in radius was the most famous source region. It was divided evenly by the holy lands of the eastern wastelands and was a land of treasures. Now, the various ancient races had emerged, so they naturally wanted this place. This was because Origin Ancient Mine was an immortal land worshipped by all races. Now, most of the area within 100,000 li was already under their control. Moreover, they ordered their disciples to continue mining and excavate the treasures underground. It was because this was a famous divine land during the Archaic era. There were many ancient architectural remains and there were several archaic battlefields. The source might not be that useful to them, but there were divine depositories underground. There might be archaic holy temples and other things that were truly rare and precious. Perhaps there might be heaven's shocking treasures. Yi Fan remembered that back then, when he was forced to mine here, he had seen a black gold pyramid appear. Later on, it was taken away by an old woman from the same generation as the old lunatic. Now, it seemed like it was definitely something incredible. This time, he came for the Heavenly Prince's territory. This place also had a mining area belonging to the Divine Child. As the son of the undying Heavenly Emperor, all sides had to feel apprehension. This was a power that couldn't be underestimated. The Heavenly Prince's ambitions were exuberant, not hesitating to borrow Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Cave's ancient imperial weapons to refine his blood. His ambitions were great, and he wanted the Jade Pool's divine core. This made Yi Fan feel extremely uneasy. He wanted to force him out and deal with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be a huge problem. When he said that he wanted to fight all over the world and uproot all of the Heavenly Prince's strongholds, it wasn't empty words. Everything was based on the above reasons. The Heavenly Prince definitely couldn't let the Heavenly Prince touch that flawless divine core. Yi Fan carried his spear on his back as he walked on this scarlet land. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Back then, when he was still a small cultivator, he used the Alcade's realm gate to sneak into this place. He had worked here as a laborer and dug source ores. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. The human race's holy lands had divided up a portion of the mining area for the ancient races. Back then, during the Myriad Race Conference, they had promised these things. Now, the power struggle in this area was very complicated. The Heavenly Prince's territory was very vast, and it was adjacent to the Ji family's mining area. All these years, there had been some friction because Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan had been too close. When Yi Fan went to Ziwei Star Field, Li Heishui and the others were on the verge of death. They were almost killed, and it was Ji Haoyue who carried them back to an ancient cave in the Ji family. They had even helped Dongfang Yi and the others. All these years, the Heavenly Prince had always wanted to get rid of the Ji siblings. Unfortunately, the two of them had left this ancient planet and stepped into the depths of the universe, so he couldn't succeed. And the power he belonged to had always targeted the Ji family. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of the Void Emperor weapon, they would have already suppressed the Ji family. Even so, there would still be frequent friction. For more than 10 years, this mining area was naturally not peaceful. The ancient races would often find trouble with the Ji family, and bloody conflicts would occur from time to time. It could be said that the Heavenly Prince's subordinates had always deliberately stirred up trouble. Although the Ji family had an extreme emperor weapon, it was impossible for them to use it as a deterrent because of these things. As for the so-called trump card, there was no need to think about it. It would only be used when the family was in danger. At this moment, Jiuenda was frowning deeply as he stood on this scarlet land. Another conflict had occurred in the mining area not far away, and a bloody incident had occurred. This made him feel a sense of helplessness and anxiety. The Heavenly Prince's faction was simply too much. Did they really think that the Ji family was easy to bully? He clenched his fists tightly. When the Void Emperor was still alive, who dared to bully the Ji family? If it wasn't for him having misgivings about the 10,000 races, he really wanted to suggest the clan elders to use the Emperor weapon and wipe out the Heavenly Prince's faction. However, the identity of the godchild was too sensitive. His father was revered by the 10,000 races, and if he really made a move against his subordinates, it might cause a gargantuan storm. The Ji family is just a bunch of cowards, nothing more than this. What Void Emperor did they have before? In my eyes, they are nothing more than dog fart. In the distance, arrogant laughter transmitted over, and it reverberated through this ancient mining area. It was especially ear-piercing. Within the mining area, there were many disciples who were mining. When they heard this, they all clenched their fists tightly and glared angrily. However, in the end, they also loosened their fists powerlessly. There was a Dao executioner on the other side. Unless they used their clan's trump card, how else could they face him? The world had changed. The Ji family had a living fossil that successfully executed the Dao executioner at the first instant. However, they couldn't compare to the ancient races. They were sealed within the divine source and had survived since the archaic era. Their numbers far surpassed the human race. In the past, the undying heavenly emperor had 8 divine generals. Now, these 8 lineages all belonged to the heavenly prince. They were an influential and fearsome force. In this mining area, the Ji family had already retreated several dozen kilometers, but the heavenly prince's lineage still frequently crossed over, crossing hundreds of kilometers to mine. It could be said that they were bullying others intolerably. Today, the Ji family dug out a piece of jade essence from an ancient mine. Even though it wasn't large, it was extremely precious. When the heavenly prince's lineage learned of it, they crossed over and attacked without restraint, snatching it away and leaving behind a pile of corpses. Jianghu's expression was ashen. His knuckles had turned white from clenching so hard, but in the end he endured and didn't make a move. On the other side, those ancient races were even more unrestrained. They laughed loudly, and one of them said eerily, "You are Jianghu's biological uncle? You are nothing more than this. You guys have gone too far." A young man and woman appeared in front of the ancient mine. They were Jianghu's biological children. Seeing their father being humiliated, they were both agitated and wanted to rush over to fight. The group of ancient races on the other side laughed coldly. The leader even mocked, "You guys are Jianghu's cousin, right? You guys really can't do it, you are far from it." The young brother and sister were so angry that they trembled. They really couldn't take this lying down. However, they were still young and their cultivation wasn't that high. "You two still want to make a move? How about this, I won't bully you guys. I'll let the most useless disciple exchange blows with you guys." The leader laughed coldly, carrying an incomparably disdainful expression. The 2 youngsters clenched their fists and walked forward. They were really unwilling to be looked down upon like this. They felt that they had let down the name of their ancestor. Thinking back to when the Void Emperor was still alive, the 4 seas revered him and the world looked up to him. He pacified the darkness chaos and fought against the deities of the outer region. He had achieved great military merits for the human race, and who didn't admire him? But now, he had fallen to such a state, actually being humiliated like this. It was hard for them to accept this. "Since you are unwilling, then come over. Let me see, what is the difference between the so-called descendants of the great human emperor?" An ancient race member walked up and laughed loudly. The brother and sister ignored their father's call. They couldn't bear it anymore and finally stepped forward, about to make a move. "You two get back here!" Jianghu shouted angrily. He didn't want his 2 children to ask for trouble. The people in front of them were all characters that had lived since the archaic era in the source of God. "Pa!" In the distance, that powerful ancient race member sneered and swung his hand over. Although the brother and sister listened to their father's order and retreated, a few palm marks appeared on their faces. The sound of the slap was crisp and ear-piercing. Everyone was stunned. In the past, even if the ancient race provoked them, they wouldn't really act against the direct descendants of the Ji family. Today, were they trying to provoke the Ji family into a war? Jianghu's uncle, Jianghu, was furious. His eyes emitted a cold light as he walked forward in large strides and said, "Since ancient times, no one has dared to humiliate my Ji family like this. Is the Ji family that great? Didn't they only produce Ji Shukong? What great human emperor? I think he doesn't live up to his name and is far inferior to the archaic emperor." The group of people on the other side ridiculed and then laughed loudly. At this moment, a black light flickered in the sky. A dark golden spear pierced down and nailed this arrogant ancient race member to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The Motherf * King Human Emperor isn't someone that a bunch of clowns like you can insult. Chapter 1041. A black spear nailed this ancient to the ground. The dark golden spear shaft was trembling and fresh blood was seeping out. It was a chilling scene. In the sky, a heroic figure quickly descended, trampling downwards. He brought with him a strong gust of wind, causing sand and stones to fly about in the scarlet mine. A great gale swept about. Who is it that doesn't want to live anymore and dares to behave atrociously in the forbidden land of the gods? These people all respected the undying heavenly emperor as a god and the descendant of the 8 divine generals. It's actually a human. You must have eaten the guts of a god to dare to attack my race's minds. I'll make you sacrifice your blood to this land. Normally, they were used to being high and mighty. The majority of the human race had to endure them. It had always been them who stirred up trouble. When had they ever been attacked like this? The dozen or so people at the front all had cold eyes. They held their ancient weapons and aimed them at the sky. They wanted to pierce through the descending person and use his blood to water this mining area. Clang! With a flash of light, Yi Fan descended. His right leg swept out, crushing a row of weapons like a millstone. Then he soared through the air, his speed inconceivably fast, stepping from one person's head to another's head. He landed in the distance without a speck of dust on his clothes. Pfft. Behind him, the dozen or so people's eyes were wide open. Their faces were full of fear. Then, their skulls all shot up and blood splashed several meters into the air. Their corpses then fell to the ground. The pupils of the most powerful people constricted. They felt a horrifying aura and couldn't help but fall back several hundred meters. Great human emperor, respected by the 4 seas, admired by the world, and worshipped by all races. You dare to humiliate him like this? Don't even think about leaving today. Yi Fan's voice was incomparably cold. Behind him, Jiuenda's eyes were resplendent. His son and daughter were so agitated that they were trembling. Just now, they were extremely sullen. The palm print on their faces was bright red like a blood birthmark. They felt that they had shamed their ancestral name. At this moment, the young siblings were clenching their fists and their bodies were almost spasming. It was as if they were the ones who had attacked and killed the ancient race that had humiliated the Void Emperor. Who are you? The ancient race members on the other side shouted. Their expressions weren't good. They had always been the ones provoking others for so many years, and something like this had never happened before. Boom! Strand after strand of Dao scars appeared. The void distorted, as if a heavenly drum was beating, rumbling with noise. A large hand reached out, grabbing towards that Dao executioner. Just now, it was this ancient race member who had waved his arm and slapped the young siblings, leaving behind a bloody palm print. Naturally, Yi Fan wouldn't let him go and wanted to capture him. You! This ancient race expert was furious. At this cultivation realm, even though he had been sealed since the archaic years, his true body could still be considered to be in the prime of his life. He had always been arrogant and unyielding. Yet now, there was actually someone who dared to look down on him like he was catching a little chick. This naturally caused him to be furious. He opened his mouth and spat out an expanse of multicolored light. Within it was a divine all with a spiral groove. Auspicious light shone brilliantly, shooting towards Yi Fan's palm, wishing to penetrate it. However, the scene of blood gushing out and the broken bones of the hand didn't appear. This huge hand pressed down forcefully, and the divine all of the king was shaken until its luster dimmed. It shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground. Bang! Yi Fan grabbed him by the collar and brought him over. His eyes were ice cold, making the temperature of this place drop rapidly. You dare! This ancient race member was furious. He felt a sense of humiliation. He couldn't help but shout out and struggle violently. I don't dare! Yi Fan sneered and released him. Then he slapped him across the face. With a paw sound, he was sent flying. A long string of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Bang! Before he even landed, Yi Fan's large hand reached over and grabbed him from midair. He clamped down on his collarbone and pulled him back. Let go of me! This ancient race member was furious. His body erupted with strand after strand of blazing purple light. He didn't hesitate to use a taboo force to harm himself. He shattered a few of his bones and released his potential to destroy Yi Fan's palm. Even a grain of rice can shine. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He tossed him into the air and then slapped him down. It was as if he was hitting a ball, hitting the ground, causing his joints to crackle and blood to flow out of his nose and mouth. Of course, this was the result of him being merciful. Otherwise, how could he have a complete body? he would have long since become a pile of mud and white bones. The ancient race members behind him felt their bodies go cold. That was a Dao Severer, but he was actually so weak in front of this person. He was like a scarecrow that could be beaten up however he wanted. "Why wouldn't I dare to catch you?" Yi Fan said coldly. He grabbed him again, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. This time, Yi Fan grabbed him like a dead dog. Then he squeezed with force. All the bones in his body were almost broken, and creaking sounds could be heard. Bang! Yi Fan threw him heavily in front of the Ji family's mining area. It was unknown how many source collection disciples were watching. They were all dumbfounded. Who was this person? He could actually suppress an ancient race Dao Severer like this. You want to humiliate the Void Emperor? Now atone for your sins. Yi Fan was furious. Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue were both close to him. Seeing their cousins being humiliated made him really angry. He kicked the person, and he turned into a parabola that landed in front of the siblings. He said, "You can return the palm print he left on your faces now." Light shot out of Ji Yuenda's eyes. He was surprised. The person in front of him was too powerful. Who was it that actually stood up for them? His son and daughter were even more curious. They both wanted to know the identity of this mysterious person. When they looked at the person on the ground, their muscles tensed up, and they wanted to attack. "It's fine. Attack," Yi Fan said with a smile. Bang! The older brother couldn't control himself. He instantly kicked out and sent the Dao Severer flying dozens of feet away. He rolled like a broken gourd. Pa! The young girl touched the blood print on her face. She also waved her jade-like hand and slapped the ancient race expert. This caused his face to flush red. This was completely due to anger. Who do you think you are? You dare to humiliate our void ancestor? If he was alive, even the primordial emperor wouldn't dare to boast so shamelessly. The two siblings were extremely wrong just now. Their eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, the older brother waved his hand and slapped, while the younger sister raised her jade-like leg and kicked. This ancient race expert had strong muscles and bones, but he couldn't help but cough out a large mouthful of blood. This was completely due to anger. To think that he, a dignified Dao Severer, was kicked and slapped by two juniors. He was truly furious. In the distance, a group of ancient race experts went berserk. All of them roared in anger. Yi Fan's series of actions just now was too fast. They couldn't stop him in time. At this moment, when they saw the two brats of the Ji family treat their experts like this, they were naturally furious. A group of people crossed over and slaughtered their way forward. Seeing that a great battle was unavoidable, Yi Fan's expression was cold. He took a step forward and stretched out a finger. A resplendent sword ripple spread out. It was no different from a real wave. It was blazing and dazzling. This was formed from sword chi, and it attacked those who crossed over indiscriminately. Large amounts of bloody light appeared, and bloody mist curled about. This was a massacre. There was no suspense at all. More than 60 people turned into blood and white bones. Wherever the sword ripple passed, no one could stop it. They shattered upon contact. At this moment, even the people of the Ji family were stunned. Ji Yuenda muttered to himself, even if Haoyue returns and Ziyue appears, they wouldn't have this kind of battle prowess. Meanwhile, this pair of siblings had tears in their eyes. The departure of the Ji family's proud siblings made them miss them greatly. Those were the big brother and sister that they admired and loved the most. The ancient race's side was dead silent. They were all scared stiff. Who exactly was this person? You're that crazy person that appeared in the fire spirit ravine? A person walked over from the distance. There were two Dao executioners guarding this mining area. This was the other person. He was also a descendant of one of the 8 divine generals. Normally, he thought highly of himself, but today he suffered such a defeat. One could well imagine how shocked he was. Clang! The dark golden spear that was stabbed into the ground shone with celestial light. It rose from the ground on its own, and under the urging of Yi Fan's primordial spirit, it turned into a streak of black radiance that pierced through the 9 heavens. It turned around and descended. Poof! Fresh blood splashed several zhang into the air. The black spear pierced through his body and sent him flying several hundred zhang away. He was nailed onto a huge stone tablet, and he died a violent death. The ancient race's area immediately erupted. One of the Dao executioners was being pressed onto the ground and had his mouth slapped. Another one had died just like that. How were they supposed to resist? The remaining few people wanted to flee, but how could Yi Fan give them the chance? His finger was like a blade, and he slashed forward. It was like a black wave surging, and it instantly drowned the area in front of him. Pooh, pooh, flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Yi Fan's all-out attack swept out several hundred kilometers, and he killed all the people in front of him as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no suspense at all. Then he soared into the sky with the spear in hand, and entered an even deeper region. He completely overturned the Heavenly Prince's territory, and the ground was turned into ashes with a single strike. In the end, he collected all the rare treasures in the Origin storehouse. The sparkling and translucent Origin stones were like a small mountain, and his harvest was very abundant. When Yi Fan returned, the siblings were also very straightforward. They raised their blades and chopped off the Dao executioner's head, chopping it into several pieces as if they were chopping a watermelon. The sealed primordial spirit cried out loudly. It was filled with unwillingness and humiliation, and it was incredibly malevolent. Yi Fan read the memories in his sea of knowledge, and then he shattered it with a single slap, turning it into ashes. Is the Ji clan's situation really that bad? Yi Fan sighed as he asked the father and son trio. That's not it. They don't dare to behave atrociously in the southern region, so they can only provoke us in the neighboring Origin mining area, Jianghu decided. Over the years, not all of the ancient races had been hostile to the human race. A considerable portion of them could still be considered friendly, and they agreed that all races should coexist. However, there was also a portion of the ancient races that were especially radical, and they wanted nothing more than to wipe out all of the human race. There were many races, and they all had different viewpoints. Their relationships were very complicated, and it was difficult to explain them clearly. The father and son trio asked Yi Fan's name again and again, but to no avail. As he watched his figure disappear into the horizon, Jianghu muttered to himself emotionally, "Haoyue, Ziyue, will the two of you be able to return in this life?" He was Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue's biological uncle. The two of them had often chased after him when they were young, and blood was thicker than water. He loved them dearly. Now that he saw a Dao executioner of the younger generation so invincible, he naturally felt all sorts of emotions, and he began to miss the two prodigies of the Ji clan. With spear in hand, Yi Fan went on his way. He killed his way into the Heavenly Prince's next stronghold and began a merciless massacre. He plowed through the strongholds along the way, uprooting the Heavenly Prince's strongholds one by one and wiping out many of the descendants of the 8 divine generals. On this day, the news quickly spread to all places, shocking the eastern wasteland and shaking the world. The 4 seas were shaken, and the 5 regions were in an uproar. The whole world was shocked. Yi Fan had turned into a cold and merciless demon monarch. He wanted to force the Heavenly Prince out and kill him. There had never been a day like today when the world was in such an uproar. There were sounds of discussion everywhere, and everyone was guessing who it was that wanted to kill the Heavenly Prince to the point of mobilizing such a large force. The iron-blooded massacre continued. Yi Fan fought ceaselessly, rampaging through the world. He used one day and one night to overturn all 18 of the Heavenly Prince's strongholds in the eastern wasteland. His body was stained with specks of blood, and his spear had drunk the enemy's blood. It was unknown just how many people he had killed, but his entire body was filled with a baleful aura. During all these years, the Heavenly Prince has ruled over the eastern wasteland, overlooking the world, and all heroes have retreated. Who is this person? He really dares to take action. This person is truly a deity. He dares to fight against the undying Heavenly Emperor's heir alone. There will definitely be a fierce struggle. Yi Fan swept through the world, using one day and one night to uproot 18 strongholds. This news was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Everyone was stunned. Everyone originally thought that he was quite formidable after overturning a few places, but they never expected him to be so ferocious in the end. He slaughtered in all directions, turning 18 lands into scorched earth, and all kings were executed. In just one day and one night, he almost overturned the eastern wasteland skies. The entire world was in an uproar. This battle result left everyone stupefied. They almost didn't dare believe it. Was this the reincarnation of a war god? One day and one night engulfed the entire eastern wasteland. Afterwards, everyone counted. Even though not every one of the 18 important lands had a Dao executioner, there were still 13 of them when they were added together. This number made everyone's hearts tremble. Blood covered the skies, and the bloody truth told the world just how terrifying this battle was. He killed 13 Dao executioners in one day and one night. As for the ancient races of other cultivation realms, there were countless of them. Blood covered the ground of the 18 battlefields, and bone fragments were everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The world was shaken in one night. This was a crazy wave that stirred up the world. The might of lightning shook the world, drawing the attention of the entire world. All of the cultivators were paying close attention. All of this was too shocking and inconceivable. Who exactly is he? This person doesn't seem to have a past. Why did he suddenly appear? He fought a bloody battle in one day and one night, unmatched under the heavens. Just what kind of identity does he have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know. This mysterious, unmatched expert drew everyone's attention and speculation. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know his origins. Why did Yi Fan take action ahead of time? Why is it so sudden? Why did Yi Fan suddenly release the might of lightning and sweep through so many of the Heavenly Prince's troops? At this moment, forget about the people of the world, even Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others who knew about Yi Fan's identity were confused. They didn't know why he took action ahead of time. Hurry and inform the sacred prince, have him come out of isolation. A storm is about to arrive. The great decisive battle is about to start ahead of time. Correct, then let's fight. Mobilize people and prepare to provide support at any time. Completely detonate it. Yi Fan's attack had great implications. The decisive battle against the ancient prince might start ahead of time. It stirred up a storm in all directions. The entire world was waiting. Chapter 1042. The Eastern Wasteland was located in the east of the Great Earth. It was named after the many desolate forests and great swamps. The region was boundless, and it was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li it was vast. Mortals couldn't reach the end even if they walked for thousands of lifetimes. Yi Fan challenged 18 important areas of the Heavenly Prince in succession, shocking the world overnight. The 5 regions were thrown into chaos, and all cultivators were focused on the Eastern Wasteland. This was a magnificent feat that hadn't been done in more than 10 years. This kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness made everyone sigh in admiration. The iron-blooded slaughter, sweeping through large numbers of the descendants of the 8 divine generals, left the ancient races dumbfounded. Who exactly was this? They were too daring. Did they want to pierce through the heavens? The undying heavenly emperor had once ruled over the world. In the past, he had 8 divine generals who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Any one of them could flatten the world and fight against the deities of the outer realm. When this deity passed away, the 8 divine generals were buried together with him. Meanwhile, their descendants were all hiding in various places. Even though they had pretty much been wiped out over the endless years, they were still a power that couldn't be ignored. Now, there was actually someone who challenged this power. The ancient races were greatly surprised. The Heavenly Prince wasn't alone. Even his remnant descendants could intimidate the Eastern Wasteland. Yi Fan killed 100 times with each step, brushing his clothes as he left. Right now, he was standing on a small boat as he followed the river. Apes cried and tigers roared on both sides of the river, and the great mountains towered high. His expression was peaceful without the slightest bit of murderous intent. During that day and night, he didn't know how many descendants of the 8 divine generals he killed. Blood dyed his body red, and even the dark golden spear became ruthless, curling with murderous light. There were hundreds, even thousands of corpses beneath his feet. Even he was fed up with the slaughter. The world of blood and the scattering of white bones was a nightmare for both himself and others. At this moment he finally broke free. He reckoned that the heavenly prince would definitely fly into a rage. 13 Dao severing experts, this was an immeasurable loss. The cries of apes on both sides of the river never stopped. The small boat had already passed over 10,000 mountains. This small boat was just a simple bamboo raft. There was a jar of wine on it as well as a few dishes. Yi Fan poured himself a cup and drank by himself. This great river's current was rapid, flowing through high mountains and great ravines. It continued forward, passing through the endless great wastelands. There were few signs of human habitation within tens of thousands of li, and the only things on the shore were birds and ferocious beasts. By this time, they had already reached the southern domain, and the flow of water had slowed down. They had left the desolate wastelands and entered an area where humans roamed. From time to time, they could see large ships sailing on the river. Yi Fan headed south. He knew that the heavenly prince was definitely going to explode. He was most likely planning to hunt down his enemies all over the world. He was happy to see the other party explode in anger. Thus, he traveled freely. Having just experienced a massacre, he wanted to recuperate and wait for the other party to make a move. At the crucial moment, he would strike like a thunderbolt. It would be best if he could kill the heavenly prince in one fell swoop. Southern Domain, Qingxia City. The scenery was magnificent and picturesque. This was a land of outstanding talents and beautiful women. Many immortal poems originated from this place. There was a beautiful lake in the city. Every night, it would be brightly lit. There were many pleasure boats and many young talents were loitering here. This was a place where many romantic scholars and beautiful women lived. Of course, the so-called outstanding talents also included cultivators. Qingxia City was one of the 10 great cities of the southern domain. It was a holy land for cultivation, and there were many cultivators wandering around. Another night, pleasure boats were everywhere. They were like forts in the middle of the lake, brightly lit, and the sound of music lingered in the ears. Singing, toasts, and laughter could be heard from time to time. This was a land of warmth and gentleness, but it was also a battleground. Outstanding talents often came here, and naturally, there would be many unconventional confrontations. Yi Fan swam along the river, and when he came across a small tributary, he turned into it and entered Qingxia City. The bamboo raft sailed into this extremely famous beautiful lake, and he saw many phoenix boats. "Are we late?" A few cultivators hurriedly flew towards a large ship in the distance. It seemed like there was an important gathering. For so many years, the cultivators of the southern domain have been very low-key. It is rare to have such a small gathering. We can't miss it. Someone whispered and rushed to the same place. Yi Fan was surprised and revealed a strange expression. The huge city in front of him was dotted with multicolored lights. There was actually a floating island above it. Many cultivators registered on the ship and flew up to the island. Qingxia City was famous in the southern domain and was quite famous in the eastern wasteland. The beautiful lake was a wonderful scenery, and naturally, there were many cultivators operating it. It was reasonable to have such a floating island. Yi Fan abandoned the bamboo raft and successfully landed on the floating island. There were many ancient buildings on the island, with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. Springs gurgled, pavilions were arranged, strange stones were piled up, and beautiful trees were verdant. Under the moonlight, the island was very peaceful, as if it was covered by a layer of pure white gauze. There were many people sitting on the island. This was not a deliberately organized gathering. It was just a small gathering of a few geniuses. In the end, the news spread, and many cultivators were attracted. Purple Marquis really came. In recent years, he has risen and swept through the southern domain. In the future, he might become the second divine king. People cried out in surprise and looked towards a stone platform in front of them. There was a man in purple clothes there. He was not more than 20 years old, and he was not angry but dignified. He had a very special temperament. He is a disciple of the Xiaoyao school. His rise has exceeded everyone's expectations. In the current southern domain, he is definitely a genius of a generation. Someone praised. Yi Fan was startled. The Xiaoyao school was indeed an important sect. It was similar to the Supreme Mystery sect where Hua Yunfei was. Apart from the Holy Land, they were the most powerful sections. In the past, apart from Ji Haoyue, Hua Yunfei, and the Yaoguang Saint, the southern domain also had Ji Biyue and Li Yuyu of the Xiaoyao school. He never thought that after all these years, another new generation would rise. He had never heard of this purple marquis. Someone cried out in surprise, "Li Qingzhou is here too. He might become the Yaoguang Saint in the future." These years, his momentum has shocked the southern domain. He is invincible. In one of the pavilions, there was a young man with a bright expression and a gentle smile on his face. His entire body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of holy light, and he wore a moon-white robe. Under the moonlight, he looked extremely extraordinary. This person is extremely powerful. He defeated everyone in the Yaoguang Saint's generation. He is not inferior to the Yaoguang Saint in the past. Many people were whispering, especially some women. Their eyes were shining as they looked at Li Qingzhou. It is said that he is a disciple personally taught by the Yaoguang Saint. Look, even his temperament is similar. He is unfathomable. Even if he is not the Eastern Wasteland's #1 in the future, he is close. It was obvious that people were paying special attention to Li Qingzhou because his teacher was famous and everyone knew about him. Yi Fan looked closely and found that this person's temperament was very similar to the Yaoguang Saint in the past. He had an extraordinary and saintly aura. Even his hair was shining. His cultivation was shocking at this age. He is really not simple. The Yaoguang Saint has taught a good disciple, he said softly to himself. There is no need to doubt his strength. Don't you think about who his teacher is? He is the only supreme expert in the human race who can contend against the ancient princes. In the era when the saints did not appear, he could be said to be unrivaled. Someone sighed. Yes, the Yaoguang Saint in the past is now the Yaoguang Saint Lord. He is truly a rare genius. He has cultivated to this level and can look down on the world. To be able to contend against the sons of the ancient emperors is truly a miracle. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Since ancient times, he is the only person who dared to use the name Yaoguang. His path to becoming an emperor has never wavered. His heart is as firm as iron, people discussed. The Yaoguang Saint in the past was now the Yaoguang Saint Lord. He had changed his name 10 years ago and was now called Yaoguang. If it was someone else, it would only provoke ridicule. The other elders of the Holy Land would definitely oppose it. However, since he had made this decision, no one dared to say anything. They all felt that it was a good match. Yaoguang. Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and sat on a stone stool. Under the moonlit night, he listened to the murmur of the flowing water and calmly observed everyone. He never thought that the great enemy of the past would have this kind of power. Not only did he establish his name, he even had the power to look down on the entire Eastern Wasteland. He was unrivaled in the 5 regions. I heard that Yaoguang goddess Yaoshi escaped 12 years ago and left the Yaoguang Holy Land. I wonder if this is true or not. Right at this moment, someone spoke. Yes, I also heard that this southern region Pearl had bewitched who knows how many heroes back then. Countless people willingly prostrated themselves under her skirt. I wonder why she escaped. Thinking about how Yaoshi's fame shook the world and he became a sex saint lord, goddess Yaoshi should be happy. I wonder why things ended up like this. I heard that when Yaoshi escaped, she said that the Yaoguang Holy Land was like a withered old tree. A mysterious sect had taken root on it and transformed to overturn the Holy Land. Oh, that's right. There are such secrets. It is said that the dragon-patterned black gold emperor cauldron was born on a stormy night filled with lightning and thunder. There are secrets behind it. It is not as simple as the Yaoguang saints refining and worshipping it for 50,000 years. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. Only a few people discussed this briefly before quickly quieting down. No one dared to say anything else. However, Yi Fan was greatly moved. Oh look, Jizi is here. He's the most mysterious person in the southern domain. Someone once saw a senior member of the Ji clan bow to him, but he looks like he's only in his 20s. How puzzling. In the distance, a man walked over. He was calm and ordinary without any special features. Even his appearance was ordinary. After seeing him, no one would have any impression of him. However, Yi Fan was shocked. This person was not simple at all. Yi Fan couldn't help but take a few deep looks at him. He was definitely not an ordinary person. His name is really strange. He is called GZ or something. He doesn't have any battle achievements either. I really don't know how he can stand side by side with people like Purple Marquis and Li Qingzhou. This person looks ordinary. There's nothing special about him. His bone structure doesn't seem to be the best either. How could someone see a living fossil and be polite to him? Some people were bewildered. It is because a living fossil of the Ji clan is polite to him that he can stand side by side with people like Purple Marquis and Li Qingzhou. Otherwise, who would know who he is? Someone sneered. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to these people's discussions. He secretly sized up GZ and couldn't help but be shocked. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. He looked ordinary, but in fact he had merged with the void. This was a sign that he had comprehended the void scripture to the extreme. Could it be that the legends are true? Has such a person really appeared? He couldn't help but think to himself. Whoosh! At this time, GZ turned around and glanced at them. His gaze was still ordinary, but Yi Fan saw a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. As expected, he is not an ordinary person. Yi Fan was even more certain now. Such a powerful and sensitive spiritual sense was definitely world-shaking. GZ's arrival did not attract much attention. Almost no one looked at him. None of them thought much of him. Oh, I heard that two important characters, Ji Baiyu and Li Yuyu, will come as well. Even an important character from the central region, the Phoenix Goddess, might come. Who knows if it's true or not? I also heard that the Alcade Saint is coming as well. However, rumor has it that he left this world a long time ago. My teacher will be there, Li Qingzhou suddenly said. Everyone was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. They couldn't believe what he had just said. But the Alcade Saint who looked down on the world was still in this world. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Some cultivators flew up to the divine island. Under the white moonlight, their chests were heaving up and down as they brought with them important news. Everyone, you should have heard about the mysterious invincible person who challenged the 18 heavenly princes at night and defeated the descendants of the 8 divine generals. Today, there is another commotion. A half-saint from the south has vowed to kill this person. The heavenly princes of the ancient races have issued the order to kill this person. He has found traces of this person in the southern region. He wants to cross the sea personally to kill this world-shaking character. Immediately, the divine island was in chaos. Everyone knew that the southern region was boiling. Many important characters had gathered together. After so many years, the Alcade Saint and the heavenly princes were about to show themselves. Chapter 1043. The heavenly prince had already come out of isolation and was about to arrive with the 8 divine generals. This shocked everyone. After so many years, who dared to contend against him? Now, with just a stomp of his foot, the eastern wasteland would tremble 3 times. Rumor has it that this deity's son is furious and vowed to slaughter the murderer to avenge his troops. Rumor has it that he has already sharpened the heavenly blade and wants his loved ones to behead the enemy as a sacrifice to the dead. Once the heavenly prince is angry, there will be tens of thousands of corpses and rivers of blood. This will be a great disaster. Everyone was discussing this matter. The ancient prince had come into being and personally slaughtered his way into the southern region. This was an earth-shattering event that would inevitably draw the attention of the world and be discussed by everyone. The magnificence of his power was incomparable. He had mustered large forces and arrived with great momentum. Endless waves would be stirred up. Not far away, Yi Fan scoffed coldly. Would this deity's son really appear at the first moment? It wasn't likely because they had interacted in the past. This person had incited many experts, but he himself rarely took action. This floating island was noisy. Everyone couldn't help but discuss this. Only GZ was calm and unperturbed, not expressing anything. When everything calmed down, Everyone couldn't help but turn around to look at Li Qingzhou. Just now, he had also spoken a piece of shocking news. Someone couldn't help but ask. Did the Alcade King Lord really not leave this world? Wasn't there a rumor in the past that he stepped onto the starry sky ancient path to undergo the most powerful trial in history? My master has never left. Li Qingzhou smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. His body flickered with multicolored splendor, and even his pores were overflowing with brilliance. His entire being was extremely brilliant. People hurried over one after another and landed on this island. They brought back quite a bit of news, and almost all of it came from the northern region. Everyone, can you guess who that person is? He actually dared to kill the ancient race experts like this. His background is definitely great. Right? Even the Alcade King Lord hasn't done this in all these years. Who exactly is he? Everyone was discussing this. This person killed 18 layers of land in one night and nailed 13 Dao-severing experts to death, shocking the world. Everyone was guessing, but no one knew. If that person didn't leave back then, I believe he could do it and would dare to do it. Someone spoke, immediately drawing quite a bit of attention. You are talking about the past divine body Yifan? Yes, only he would dare to challenge the heavenly prince. It's just that he has already left this world. It can't be him. A half-saint saw him fight in the fire spirit gully with his own eyes. Looking at the source of his true body, he didn't have the golden blood energy of a saint body. When Yifan was mentioned, everyone shook their heads. This powerful individual had long since left, becoming a thing of the past. It would be difficult for him to appear again. 2 hours later, the various sects of the southern domain arrived. The experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, and the experts were as numerous as the clouds. It made people sigh in admiration. Each generation had its own geniuses, and each of them had been outstanding for hundreds of years. In the southern region, Yaoguang, the Ji family, and the Xiaoyao school were the top clans. Careful people noticed that, except for Taishin Gate, almost all of them had young geniuses. It's a pity that after Hua Yunfei, the banished deity of Taishin sect, there hasn't been another stunning figure. Now, there isn't a single genius here. After the light-shaking realm, there was Li Qingzhou, who was on par with the holy son of the past. His reputation was even better than his reputation, and it was obvious that he was a genius. However, the Xiaoyao school had produced Purple Marquis, who had risen overnight. He had battled all the heroes and had never tasted defeat. People had already compared Purple Marquis to the young divine King Haoyu. Back then, Hua Yunfei was such a hero. He dominated the world, but in the end he died young. He was a peerless genius who was not much weaker than Yaoguang. Someone said that when Hua Yunfei cultivated demonic arts, he had been surrounded from all sides, but he had broken through. He had not met anyone for more than 10 years, and no one in the world could do anything about him. Yifan also sighed softly. This enemy had left a deep impression on him. He was elegant and otherworldly, like a banished deity. The sound of his guqin could shake the world. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed, and hundreds of birds flew. It was truly ethereal. In the end, he was a pitiful fish. He did his best to leap, but every time, he was caught by a large hand. He could not escape his fate, and ended up alone in that unchanging river. Yifan had killed so many enemies, but this was one of the few opponents that he felt pity for. When he thought about how Hua Yunfei had revealed his true feelings before his death, how he had wished to become a true zither attendant one day, and how he had turned into a rain of light, he shook his head. It can only be said that the divine physique back then was too powerful. Even a peerless genius like the banished deity died with a grievance. However, it was also his fault for cultivating the heaven-devouring demonic art. The heavens and earth could not tolerate it. Everyone couldn't help but sigh with regret. Now, those outstanding geniuses have either died or left. It's already time for Purple Marquis, Li Qingzhou, the Primal Chaos Sun, and Yi Tong to compete. That's right. The battles between those shocking geniuses have continued to the generation of their disciples. Even if some of them are no longer around, their inheritances will still have to determine who is stronger. Very quickly, People began to talk about the battle between Yi Tong and Wan Chu's primal chaos son. They all sighed in admiration at the strength of Yi Fan's disciple. He was practically the second divine physique. Wan Chu's Mo Shui didn't really have the primal chaos body. It's said that such a body type can't possibly appear. He was only born with the ability to contain the primal chaos chi. If one day, a person with the primal chaos blood appears, then there's nothing for everyone to fight over. In the future, he will definitely reign supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and prove his way alone. Even if this kind of body type has never appeared since ancient times, we can't make such an assumption. It's too terrifying to describe. More than 200,000 years ago, the merciless great emperor was just an ordinary person. Didn't he kill all the kings and stand alone in the 9 heavens? Even the gods couldn't stop him. That's true. Speaking of which, that Yi Tong is really powerful. Could it really be as he said? In the future, he will fight the world on behalf of his master, sweeping away all the enemies of Yi Fan in the past, and spreading the invincible power of the divine physique. It's not impossible. The divine physique should be happy to have such a disciple. His disciple will sweep away all the enemies in the past on behalf of him. This is the most powerful manifestation of his strength. It's more fulfilling than doing it himself. These people discussed like this. Even though their voices were very low, it still made Li Qingzhou frown slightly. Several heroes had left this world one after another. Today, the human clan respected his master, but he never thought that someone would compare him like this. The power of the divine physique was evident. The eldest princess of the Ji clan is here together with Li Yuyu of the Xiaoyao school, someone said. Many people couldn't help but stand up to show their respect. Ji Biyue and Li Yuyu were extremely terrifying. In the brilliant era of Yao Guang, Ji Haoyue, and Hua Yunfei, they didn't dim much. They were the most powerful people in the Southern Territory at that time. Ji Biyue had a slender figure. Her long hair danced in the wind. Her red lips were bright, making her look sexy and charming. She wore a green dress and bared her snow-white feet. She looked just like before. She was surrounded by people like the moon surrounded by stars. All the cultivators bowed to her. She was the cousin of a divine king. Now, she might take over the Ji clan. Who wouldn't be afraid? Yi Fan noticed that when Ji Biyue glanced over at Ji Zi, her expression froze. Other than people with sharp spiritual senses like him, other cultivators wouldn't notice. Li Yuyu was very cold. Everyone bowed to her. She waved her hand and sat next to her martial nephew, Purple Mar. She didn't say anything. It's said that the path of celestial ascension has opened. Since everyone is here today, why don't we talk about what kind of path it is? It's said that it might be in the Southern Territory. Ji Biyue had a smile on her face, but there was also sharpness in her eyes. She was a person with a strong desire for power. Her personality made her want to be the leader no matter where she was. After she said this, it immediately caused a heated discussion. Someone said that they had read the ancient book and that the path of celestial ascension might open in the Southern Territory. What's so special about the Southern Territory? Can't you all guess? Li Qingzhou smiled. Many people couldn't help but be shocked. He could even guess the path of celestial ascension. Your master must have made some kind of deduction, right? Ji Biyue said with a faint smile. Yes. My master thought about it carefully and thought that if the path of celestial ascension is invisible, no one would be able to guess it. If it is visible and it is in the Southern Territory, it is most likely under the desolate ancient abyss, Li Qingzhou said. Wow! As soon as he said this, the entire island boiled. Alcade's deduction was definitely enough to shock the world. My master said that this is only a possible path. It might not be true. No one can see through the true mysteries of heaven, Li Qingzhou said. Alcade King is too humble. What kind of person is he? He is the ruler of the Eastern Barren Territory. He must have sensed something to make such a deduction, everyone said. They were all in awe of the Alcade King. What kind of place was the desolate ancient forbidden land? There was only entry and no exit. Desolation was most likely comparable to an ancient emperor. Who would be able to kill their way in? He was probably occupying that place to wait for the opportunity to become an immortal. At the thought of this, everyone felt a headache. Their thoughts multiplied. There were 7 forbidden zones in the Eastern Barren Territory. What kind of complicated secrets did the other 6 have? Phoenix Goddess Feng is here. She is the princess of the Feng clan and the number 1 of the previous generation in the Middle Territory. Someone cried out. Everyone stood up to welcome this woman. The Wind Phoenix had clearly severed her Tao. There was a powerful aura hidden within her body, but this kind of aura made people uncontrollably feel intimidated. In reality, she looked like a peerless beauty. She wore a 5-colored mask and 5-colored lights revolved around her body, turning into an immortal phoenix that coiled around her body. It was sparkling and overflowing with divine and auspicious colors. Even though she had not revealed her true appearance, it was said that her beauty could outshine the moon and shame the flowers. At this moment, lotuses bloomed with each step. Just this temperament alone was enough to suppress the other girls. So it is Sister Wind Phoenix. I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as beautiful as ever, Ji Bue said with a smile. Sister Bue is even more beautiful than before. After the Bright Moon Divine King left, you will soon become the master of the Ji clan, right? The Wind Phoenix smiled faintly. 5-colored light flowed around her body. Everyone didn't dare to say anything and held their breaths. Clearly, they felt that the 2 of them were at odds with each other. There seemed to be some past discord between them. How can I compare to you? As the Saint Lord of the Feng clan, respected by all in the Middle Territory, my only regret is the engagement back then. Sister Angel, you are truly outstanding. You didn't even put the saint physique in your eyes. Ji Bue smiled. The island immediately quieted down. No one said anything. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas out of fear of being caught in the crossfire. The Wind Phoenix's snow-white hands clenched into fists. Clearly, this made her feel very embarrassed. Everyone here knew that the Pearl of the Feng clan made this decision back then. Later on, the rise of Yi Fan caused many people to secretly mock the Wind Phoenix. Ji Bue bringing up the past was obviously not kind. She purposely made the Wind Maiden unhappy. It was almost an open mockery to make her lose face. The Wind Phoenix said calmly, "Thank you for the trouble, but you should think about the Ji clan. I heard that after the Bright Moon Divine King and little sister Zue stepped into the starry sky, the Ji clan's power was not as great as before. In the northern mining area, even the direct descendants were slapped by the ancient race. This is really damaging to the prestige of the Void Emperor. After all, the siblings have the blood of the great emperor flowing in their bodies. Sister, after taking over the throne, you are really not as good as the Divine King." Everyone was shocked. They didn't know about this. They didn't think that the Wind Phoenix would know so much and say it in front of everyone to attack Ji Bue. The Wind Maiden said unhurriedly, "I heard that in the end, it was that mysterious expert who killed all the ancient race members with a dark golden spear. He saved some face for the Ji clan." "Sister, what are you trying to say? Are you guessing that person is the Saint Physique Yi Fan?" Ji Bue smiled. No matter what she said, this point was enough to make the Wind Phoenix angry. As expected, the Wind Phoenix's gaze was oppressive. She didn't want people to talk about this past the most. She said coldly, "The descendants of the 8 divine generals have already gone south. If Sister is the descendant of the Void Emperor, you should think about how to save face. The Void Emperor is revered by the 4 seas, admired by the world, and intimidated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His direct descendants have his supreme monarch blood flowing in their bodies and even have fragments of his memories. Yet they were slapped like this. This is a great humiliation to the great emperor of the human race." Yi Fan noticed that GZ was frowning. He then stood up and left the island silently. He wasn't tall, and his appearance was nothing special. He was very ordinary. However, he attracted Yi Fan's suspicion and attention. To him, this person was a bit special. GZ was a man of few words. If he stood in the sea of people, he wouldn't be noticed. He was very ordinary. His departure didn't cause any commotion because no one paid attention to him. They didn't think that he was anything special. Another cultivator arrived with a lot of news. "I heard that the Heavenly Prince's subordinates have already entered the southern mountain range, and the first batch of descendants of the 8 divine generals are coming from the ancient city of Cloud Peak, which is 10,000 miles away. Cloud Peak City was one of the 10 great cities of the Southern Territory. It was on par with Qingxia City and had been an important place since ancient times. However, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying thing happened. The sky was collapsing, the earth was surging with chaotic energy, and the void was dyed with blood. This kind of fluctuation seemed to be beyond the scope of human strength. Not long after, a piece of news reached the divine island above Qingxia City's Lakely. Some people were so excited that their chests were heaving up and down. They couldn't even speak properly. "Everyone, I have a huge piece of news. Just now, something big happened. The first batch of the Heavenly Prince's subordinates were all killed. Not a single one survived. There was a strange fluctuation in Cloud Peak City. The void undulated, and the descendants of the 8 divine generals turned into a bloody mist. Only their heads were left hanging in the air. Impossible. There were Dao cutters among them. A large number of experts died just like that. It happened very suddenly. No one knew what happened. The void seemed to have a life of its own. It killed all the ancient experts. Everyone was stunned. Someone wanted to teach the Heavenly Prince a lesson. The first batch of people under the Heavenly Prince's subordinates were killed as soon as they arrived in the Southern Territory. How powerful and domineering was this? This slap to the face was too resounding. Chapter 1044. The first wave of the Heavenly Prince's army was completely annihilated as soon as they entered the southern domain. Not a single person survived. This was truly shocking. The people on the island were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything for a long time. Just how domineering and powerful was this? It was clear that he was going to fight to the death with the Heavenly Prince. Something like this actually happened. Is that mysterious expert going to fight to the death with the Heavenly Prince in the southern domain? A fierce battle between giants is about to begin. There is no doubt that this is a true battle at the peak, a great battle against the son of an ancient emperor. The people on the island couldn't help but tremble. Their emotions were especially stirred up. If this was really the case, a huge wave that would sweep through the entire world was about to begin. Following this, more news came from Cloud Peak City. Many experts gathered there to see what was going on, but they were all puzzled. There were no traces at all. This was definitely a world-shaking character that came and went without a trace. He disdained to leave any achievements or fame and only wanted to kill those people. Cloud Peak City was like a pot of boiling water. Even though it was nighttime, there was an endless stream of cultivators entering and exiting. Everyone believed that this would become the most terrifying battlefield. On this night, the news seemed to grow wings and spread through the realm gates to all parts of the eastern wasteland. Many great powers received reports, and the various sect masters were silent for a long time. But in a secret palace in the northern region, the Heavenly Prince smashed a 9-phoenix cup made of jade essence onto the ground after he received the news. His face was ashen. He was revered as the divine spirit child by the myriad races and was the son of the undying Heavenly Emperor. His status was different from the rest and was even higher than the Heavenly Prince. Now, these things happened one after another. It was like slapping his big mouth. Ha, ha. Li Tian and the others laughed after hearing the news. Yi Fan has made his move, so we have to cooperate no matter what. Didn't the descendants of the 8 divine generals split into several armies to carry out a carpet search? Let's go and kill a group of people to confuse them. Li Heishui said. That's right, everyone wants to kill them all after entering the southern domain. Make the Heavenly Prince confused and kill them all. Dong Fengyi nodded. Be careful. A half-saint has been dispatched this time. The army is pursuing Yi Fan's tracks, but the true trump card is the half-saint hiding in the dark. Yan Yishi warned. This group of people all sneered and prepared to use underhanded methods to kill the ancient race experts who were heading south without leaving any traces. All of you be careful. That bastard, the Heavenly Prince, has a few great treasures on him. A few years ago, this emperor tried to kill him with a killing array but failed. The Black Emperor suddenly thought of something and his expression became ugly as he reminded them. Blood Phoenix Mountain towered majestically, giant mountains everywhere, all types of great Tao traces interweaving. The main peak seemed to have been drenched in phoenix blood, bright red like blood. This place was a restricted land for all races. Normally, not many people could come here, and even more so, no one dared to disturb this place. This was the Tao right of the ancient emperor clan. The Blood Phoenix bloodline had previously ruled the archaic era, and the 9 heavens 10 earths all worshipped this peak. At this moment, the heavenly prince with long hair that draped over his shoulders, eyes like the sea, and skin as clear as jade arrived. His complexion was as fine as jade, and his appearance was so handsome that even the heavens would be jealous. He was a flawless man with a tall figure. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body flowed with precious splendor. He ascended to the peak and faced a man whose entire body seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. This time, I came to invite Tao brother to head south with me. On the main peak of the Blood Phoenix Mountain, there was a man sitting cross-legged. He wore a scarlet crown on his head, and strands of his hair were connected with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every strand of hair could crush a great mountain. Not long after, the heavenly prince descended the mountain. His expression was cold, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. At the foot of the mountain, a terrifyingly old ancient race member walked up and said, "Divine child, did that Huang Shudao agree? Is he willing to head south?" The heavenly prince nodded. His gaze was cold as he said, "This time, I don't care how many people want to target me. I will eliminate them all at once. Not a single one of them can escape." The ancient race elder nodded and said, "Now, several half-saints have arrived. Unless that person has stepped into the realm of saints, even if he doesn't die, half of his bones will be broken. The difference between heaven and earth is like the difference between heaven and earth. Let's go to the Fire Qilin cave. Didn't he want to fight? I will accompany him to the end," the heavenly prince said as he rode an auspicious cloud towards another ancient emperor immortal realm. "Young master, are you going to invite the Fire Qilin to take action? This lineage is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that the Fire Qilin can pluck the stars and capture the moon." Southern region, Blue Cloud City. On the island above Lake Li, many cultivators were talking. The voices were chaotic and incomparably noisy. Yi Fan was still very calm. He drank tea at the side, watching the heroes and listening to them talk nonsense. Without a doubt, this bad debt fell on his head. The one who acted might not have thought so much, but everyone would think that he was the one who did it. From a certain perspective, this world-shaking expert was also helping him. He killed all the offenders in one go, saving him a lot of effort. Not long after, a man landed on the island. He wasn't that tall and naturally couldn't be considered heroic. He was ordinary and ordinary. It was precisely GZ. He had returned. Yi Fan's gaze was restrained as he looked at him with his spiritual perception. GZ was extremely quiet and didn't say anything. He found a quiet place and sat in a corner. He really is powerful. This person's power is unimaginable. Even among the Tao Severers, he is at the peak. I think the ancient princes have met their match. Do you guys think that our human race's imperial prince has appeared? Otherwise, how could there be someone like this in the present world who dares to act so domineeringly? This is hard to say. Everyone discussed spiritedly and made many speculations. The path to immortality would open in this era. The ancient emperors sealed their children in this era because they would become even more powerful after obtaining the Tao in this world. They would break through in this great era and charge into the immortal domain in one go. The great emperors of the human race are invincible and lonely throughout the ages. Immortality is their only hope. If they pass away in meditation, they won't be able to wait until this era. Maybe someone else will be named Imperial Prince in this era. Many people firmly believed that if this was the case, it would definitely be a great battle between the great ancient emperors and the archaic emperors. If they couldn't fight each other, then it would be carried out between their children. The great ancient emperors and the archaic emperors. Perhaps the imperial prince and the ancient prince will have to compare who is stronger and who is weaker. Once this point of view was made, it naturally caused a great commotion. Many people sighed in admiration and nodded. This was not impossible. Even now, the imperial prince had not appeared. Perhaps it was time for him to come into being. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic aura came from the distant sky. A beam of light flew over and turned into a figure above Lake Li. Then, it ascended into the sky. The powerful aura quickly retracted. This figure was calm and ordinary, but it shocked Li Qingzhou so much that he quickly stood up and went to greet him. Master. Everyone was astonished. The Alcade monarch had actually come. Even the expressions of Ji Bue, Li Yuyu, and the wind phoenix changed. This person's name shook the world. He was a heaven-sent character of the same generation as them. He stood at the peak of the human race. In the present age, other than the saints, who dared to disrespect him, there was no one who wasn't fearful. Even those thousands of years old were not worthy enough to be offended. Greetings to the Alcade monarch. Greetings to the Alcade Saint Lord. Almost everyone stood up with respectful expressions. They bowed to the man who had shaken the human race. Even Ji Bue and the Wind Phoenix had to take a few steps forward. Today, the Alcade monarch was known by all and respected by the human race in the 5 regions. He was regarded as a king among humans who could rival the ancient prince. The Alcade monarch was very humble. He said that there was no need for this and told everyone to stand up. He was like an immortal king descending into the world. His divine bearing and peaceful expression made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Who dared not to greet him? There really is someone so rude. He didn't even stand up after seeing the Alcade monarch. Someone noticed that Yi Fan didn't move at all. On the other side, Ji Zi was also silent and didn't stand up. He seemed out of place with the people around him. The Alcade Saint Lord is here and they don't even stand up. They are too arrogant. Everyone's gazes swept over them. Naturally, many of them were very dissatisfied. That was because the two of them looked so young and did not have a frighteningly high seniority. One of them is called Ji Zi. Didn't they say that he, Li Qingzhou, and Purple Marquis are rising stars of the southern region? How dare he be so rude? Even the Bright Moon Saint Lord wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Everyone looked over. Just now, even Ji Bue went to greet him. How dare this Ji Zi be so arrogant? Many people's expressions were not very friendly. Greetings. Ji Zi saw everyone looking over and stood up. Then, he sat to the side and silently gazed at the night sky as if nothing in the world could attract his attention. On the other side, Yi Fan still didn't move. Naturally, some people were dissatisfied and they all stared at him. For you are too arrogant. You don't even stand up before the Alcade Saint Lord. Do you really not have any respect? Someone couldn't help but say. At Yi Fan's level of cultivation, everything came from the heart. How could he bow to the Alcade Saint Lord? There was no need to even say, greetings. Back then this was a great enemy. When he finally left this world, the Alcade Saint Lord used the dragon-pattern golden cauldron to stop him in the ancestral temple of the Central Plains. They had been enemies for a long time. It was already polite of them not to start a war right now. My Saint Lord is here and you don't even care. Isn't this too rude? One of the boys and girl behind the Alcade Saint Lord scolded. Exactly. Who is this person? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't even show respect to the Alcade Saint Lord? The others discussed with hostility. Who does he think he is? Does he really think he is an ancient prince? Or does he think he is the saint body of the past and wants to compete with the Alcade Saint Lord? Yi Fan glanced at them and only shook his head. He didn't say anything. Such an action naturally caused a commotion. Even the Wind Phoenix and Ji Byu couldn't help but look over. He dared to be so unscrupulous in the present age. Was he disdainful or too arrogant? Perhaps only that person in the past dared to do this. Boys, don't be rude. The Alcade scolded the boy and then cupped his hands at the crowd. With his status, there was no need for him to be calculative. But the Saint Lord doesn't respect you. The boy was dissatisfied. They had followed the Alcade Saint for so many years. Who dared to be so arrogant? Li Qingzhou also frowned and revealed a dissatisfied expression. His honored master had such a high status, yet someone dared to treat him like this. The Alcade glanced at them and the boy didn't dare to speak anymore. The crowd quieted down and sat down. Alcade Saint Lord, I heard that you speculated that the path of immortality will open in the barren ancient forbidden lands of the southern region. Is it true? Someone asked with respect. This is only a guess and can't be taken seriously. It is hard to predict, the Alcade said and explained the reason for his speculation. Back then, why did the Heavenly Jade Holy Land mobilize the entire sect to attack this forbidden land? Perhaps only immortality could make them do so without considering the price. Alcade, is this the holy light body you cultivated? Jianghu asked. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This wasn't the Alcade true body, but there didn't seem to be any difference. His strength was indeed shocking. The Alcade nodded and said, It is difficult to come out of seclusion with my true body, so I can only move around with the holy light body. People couldn't help but be shocked. The Alcade's strength was indeed shocking and frightening. During this process, Yi Fan could see that the Alcade Saint was observing him and GZ with his spiritual mind. Obviously, he had already sensed their strength and extraordinariness. The Alcade Saint Lord deserves to be the #1 cultivator below the saints. He is truly unfathomable and worthy of respect. Someone said. The others all agreed and nodded, praising him. Jianghu glanced at the Wind Phoenix and said with a smile, Actually, the holy body of the human race can also reach this level. Unfortunately, he left without looking back. His heart is on the other side of the starry sky. Chapter 1045. The Wind Phoenix's black hair danced in the wind. Each strand was crystal clear, and the light in her eyes was even more dazzling. She turned to Ji Bue and said, Sister Bue, you're always against me. What do you want? Sister, you think too much. I'm just speaking my mind. What did you think of? Ji Bue revealed a faint smile. Seeing this, the others lowered their heads, afraid of getting into trouble. These two were always at odds with each other. Neither of them were easy to deal with. No one dared to get involved. If we think about it, Yi Fan has been gone for 14 years. Back then, our friends from the same generation either died or were injured. Not many are left, Yao Guang said. He didn't have any misgivings. No matter what he said, no one dared to refute him. Even the Wind Phoenix and Ji Bue couldn't resist him. The river flows east, and the new generation replaces the old. So many heroes return to dust, never to appear again. Li Yu nodded. Over the past 14 years, the saints, princes and saintesses of the top legacies in the world, such as the Superfluous Sacred Ground, the All Beginnings Sacred Ground, the Dao-Yi Sacred Ground, the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, the Ancient Glory Dynasty, and the Jili Divine Dynasty, were unwilling to fall behind. This was a great world. All the saints and goddesses were unwilling to give up. They all wanted to become the best. When they saw Yao Guang and the Central Emperor severing their Dao, they all worked hard. But the results were cruel. More than half of their generation had withered. Many of the saintesses and princes were gone. In these 10 years, they had faced tribulations one after another and ended in failure at severing their Dao. The rest were people with special constitutions like the Purple Mansion Saintess, Ji Haoyue, the Yuhua King, and the Gemini King, as well as people like Yao Guang. The other saints had all turned to dust and became the past. As for Mo Shui, Purple Marquis, and Li Qingzhou, they were the next generation. They were saints that had been nurtured from scratch. The new generation was replacing the old. Of course, this was a great world and there was no lack of talents. There were all kinds of king constitutions. Not many kings had fallen, and there were still many stars. During these years, regardless of whether it was the Dao Fetus, Divine King, Heavenly Demon King of the Eastern Wasteland, or the Jade Fall Monarch of the Central Plains, the Invincible Gemini Monarch, they all shocked the world. All the monarchs rose together and flourished. For example, the Eastern Wasteland's Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Even though she hadn't made a move yet, many people knew that she couldn't be provoked. She was the legendary Dao Fetus, and had the same constitution as Emperor Shi. She was innately close to the great Dao, and her magical power was boundless. Meanwhile, there were even more rumors that Central Continent's Gemini Kings could fight against any opponent if they worked together, unmatched under the heavens. They were all waiting for people to verify this. Although many people had fallen, the brilliance of the stars did not diminish. In this great era, there was still no lack of heaven-warping geniuses. Especially with the rise of Yi Tong's generation, the road to supremacy would only become more and more intense. It's a shame that he couldn't fight against the holy body, Yao Guang said. Everyone's faces changed, but their expressions were different. The fact that this kind of person had the regret of missing a battle made people feel a bit scared. Many people felt reverence and didn't dare to say anything. Most of them chose to remain silent. There were also a few people who spoke up. Since the human race's holy body had already left, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, Yao Guang was right in front of them, and he deserved to be treated with respect. The Yao Guang king is an extraordinary person of his generation. He is unrivaled under the heavens. I think that even if Yi Fan didn't leave, he wouldn't be his opponent. That's right. The Yao Guang king is so powerful that he has never been defeated. He is known as the most powerful Dao executioner in the Yao Guang Holy Land. Even the holy body can't beat him. A group of people flattered and praised him. They naturally wanted to be on good terms with the Yao Guang king and leave a deep impression. However, more people chose to wait and see. They felt that it was better to say less about this kind of thing. Yi Fan's power was extremely great in the past. Moreover, even though he had left, there was still the Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and the others. Without a fair battle, it's hard to explain. Yao Guang stopped those people who were flattering him. He shook his head and glanced at GZ. In the distance, Yi Fan was moved. The Yao Guang king was indeed sharp. Could it be that he had mistaken GZ, who had appeared out of nowhere, for him? Saint Leader, you don't need to be so humble. If you fight, what holy body? Even if he was a dragon, he would have to bow down. How could he compete with you? Didn't he leave a disciple, Yi Tong? In the future, brother Li Qingzhou will go and defeat him. Then, you will be able to prove your unrivaled power. Through the comparison of your disciples, you will be able to prove that you are stronger than the holy body, a boy behind Yao Guang said. That's right. The Yao Guang king is a rare genius. Even if Yi Fan has a holy body, he probably won't be able to resist his power. That's right. There are many ordinary bodies among the great ancient emperors, but they still reach the peak. I think even if Yi Fan were here, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. The people who had just flattered Yao Guang king spoke again. Shut up, Yao Guang shouted. He didn't target anyone else. Instead, he turned to the boy and said, "You are getting more and more impudent. You are punished to face the wall for 10 years. Go back to the mountain gate and think about it." 10 years. The boy was scared out of his wits. He was stunned. "Master, I only said a few words in my heart. Please forgive him this time," Li Qingzhou pleaded. "You can't." Yao Guang shook his head. The way he punished his disciple was even more admirable. Many people gasped in admiration. "A few words in my heart? How arrogant you are. You think my master is not as good as yours? Then, why don't you try and defeat me here to prove who is stronger?" The sound wave tore through the sky and entered the island. A heroic young man walked over. Every inch of his flesh and blood was shining, and even every strand of hair was shining. He was like a sun god, making the stars and moon dim and without light. Yi Tong arrived and glanced at everyone. He stared at Li Qingzhou and said, "Your words are obvious. Then come and fight." Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan's disciple to arrive at this time. The people who had flattered Yao Guang king all looked embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. In the distance, the wind phoenix saw the heroic Yi Tong and was stunned. She felt like a master, like a disciple. Invincible power was passed down from generation to generation. That's right. I think the holy body is not as good as my master. What's the harm in fighting you today? Li Qingzhou said. The heroes were excited. Their emotions were fluctuating. They never thought that the rising stars of the north and the south would meet and there would be a great battle. Bring it on. I will defeat you here today, Yi Tong said. The crowd was in an uproar. After the battle at the Fire Spirit Valley, Yi Tong seemed to have the second holy body. He was indeed powerful to fight in the south. How arrogant! Today, I will prove in front of the world that my master is stronger than your master. Li Qingzhou frowned. Cut the crap and fight. I won't fight you in a few years. I will fight another group of people. Yi Tong glanced at Yao Guang and the Wind Phoenix. Everyone was shocked. They knew what he meant. He had said that he would fight the world on behalf of his master. In a few years, he would fight all the enemies of Yi Fan. Li Qingzhou's eyes were frightening. He walked forward step by step. His whole body was covered in a divine robe made of holy light. It was dazzling. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't even salute when you see the Yaoguang monarch. Could it be that your master left too early and didn't teach you to respect your masters and seniors? A few elders of the South region said. They were obviously on Li Qingzhou's side. You want Yi Tong to salute someone who attacked his master? You old B***stards, are you pretending to be ignorant or taking advantage of your seniority? You must be tired of living. Just at this moment, an aura that could collapse mountains and roar seas rushed over. A large black dog entered the island and looked around disdainfully at the crowd. Do you think a child without a master is easy to bully? Do you think I am just a decoration? You old B***stards want to be my human pets, but I don't like you. The Black Emperor said coldly. Everyone's expression changed. This black dog gave everyone a headache. He was the most difficult and ruthless character to deal with in the past dozen years. Whoever encountered him would be unlucky. They all kept quiet out of fear. You want to bully people? My killing formation is not for show. The large black dog looked at everyone arrogantly. Those who had spoken just now were all dejected. They didn't dare to look him in the eye. They retreated quietly for fear of being targeted by him. Although Yi Fan has left, the dog he raised is still here. We can't afford to offend him. This was everyone's thought, but no one dared to say it out loud. Otherwise, they would definitely end up miserable. Rumble. Suddenly, the large black dog shook his paw, and a row of human heads rolled out from the void, forming a bloody gourd on the ground. Everyone gasped. It was actually a group of ancient race members. This group of detestable people said that they were the descendants of some divine generals of the 8 divisions, and they even said which division they belonged to. They came to the Azure Cloud City and dared to block my path, so I'll kill them all, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. His ghastly white teeth caused one's bones to shiver. F***ck, the heavenly imperial prince is really unlucky. Tonight, the army he sent out has been destroyed again. This was what everyone was thinking, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Everyone knew that this dog's attainment in formation patterns was unparalleled. For so many years, he had tricked people to death without paying for it, which made many people so angry that the roots of their teeth itched. It was not surprising that he had such a result. Li Qingzhou stepped forward, about to face Yi Tong. The two of them were about to face each other. At this moment, Yao Guang said, Qingzhou, step back. Why do you juniors want to get involved in the grievances of the older generation? The large black dog glared at him and said, Yao Guang, you really have to be upright at all times. I admire you. I, on the other hand, don't be so particular. Yi Tong, go, defeat his disciple within 10 moves, and prove your way as a teacher. Why do you want these children to get involved in the grievances of the past? If you want, I will be happy to accompany you, Yao Guang said. He was like an unreachable god, and his body overflowed with an immortal radiance, making it impossible for others to look at him directly. He strode over. Nearby, Yi Fan's heart moved. He felt the aura of a Saint Tool. The Yao Guang true body hadn't arrived yet, but this holy light body actually carried a perfect Saint Tool. He was afraid that the Black Emperor would suffer a great loss, so a clear aura appeared above his head, transforming into another him. He walked forward, facing Yao Guang, and said, Since we have met, it must be fate. Everyone was shocked. Who was this person? He had transformed into a Dao body, and he actually dared to stop the Yao Guang king. This was something that hadn't happened in more than 10 years. He was really too daring. Someone wants to fight the Yao Guang king. Is this true? For so many years, the Yao Guang king has ruled the world and looked down on the eastern wasteland, but there has never been anyone who dared to oppose him. There was no one who wasn't shocked. They all held their breath, quietly watching the two of them. It was possible that a battle that surpassed everyone's imagination would take place. Or you, how dare you block my master's path? No one has been able to oppose me for 10 years. Can you do it? Li Qingzhou shouted. Yi Fan sneered coldly. With a wave of his hand, he was immediately sent flying 800 meters away like a scarecrow. His entire body spasmed and he couldn't speak for a moment. What? This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't in an uproar. They all stared at the center of the field. Feng Huang's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing a trace of surprise. Ji Bua, Li Yuyu, Purple Marquis, and the others were also incomparably shocked, revealing strange expressions. So you are all here? How dare you kill the descendants of the 8 divine generals? None of you can even think of leaving. At this moment, a cold voice traveled over, shaking the entire Qingxia city. Faintly discernible strands of saint might permeated the air, almost making everyone kneel down. It was difficult for them to bear. Half-saint? Ji Bua's expression changed. Half-saint? I've been longing for it. Since you're here, let me have a look, Yi Fan's real body said. At the same time, the Dao body that rushed out from his head made a gesture of invitation to the Yaoguang saint and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the other side to learn from each other." As soon as these words came out, everyone was incomparably shocked. Who was this person? How dare he speak like this? Using his real body to fight against the half-saint, and the other Dao body to fight against the Yaoguang king.